Citizens of Imperial City, welcome to the arena. Do you hear me? I hope the sound works fine, as well as everything else. Here I am, your humble me. That's me. I'm humble. I'm very, very, very humble. And my name is Parsin. I welcome every single one of you here who will join me for today's stream. Okay, whom can I see? Hello, Lost. Thank you for coming. I'm glad that you're here. I appreciate it. Today, we will continue progressing Scien's route, Scien Brofiise route, in automobile visual novel game Scien no Virche Era Television, which, as many Japanese game, has nonsensical and an extremely long name title, but it's fine. During the events of previous route, we confirmed that Scien is an asshole, B, not a greedy asshole, C, still a rude asshole, D, he probably needs our help and was someone curious about us, and E, he has an ability to turn absolutely everything into a stinky mess in a few days, no matter how good you clean the room. And probably F. And by probably F, I mean that our protagonist Sarah showed sort of tendency, if I may say so, to be a cleaning freak. Well, I put it slightly more harshly than I should have, but I think you've got the idea. But yeah, let me check if I posted the announcements where I usually post them. Yeah, I posted the announcement here. I posted the announcement in my channel.
Nobody needs poor old you Parsin.
Which is sad and saddening at the same time. Also, I'm not sure if my Discord is working properly. Let me check something else. My Discord and my Twitch, are they both working? Please tell me if you can hear me, because I'm really not sure. Sorry, can anyone hear me? Lost? Somewhere else? It's making me somewhat worried. But okay. As far as my chances of interacting with him, as I was getting ready for the day in my room, I heard an unusual sound outside. Wondering who it could be, Mother Adolphe and I hurriedly went out to discover. to discover that I'm deeply uncertain. Okay, you can hear me. Thank you, thank you. I just couldn't understand it, and uh, my software was showing some slight signs of technical issues, so it got me really, really scared and concerned. But yeah. Uh, hmm. Wondering who could it be? Mother, Adolf, and I hardly went out to discover.
死神の小娘。今日からお前は俺の駒使いだ。
He's still an asshole.
はあ
What? I responded a few seconds later after them. Before I could react, Scien walked from his large electric car toward me and grabbed my wrist as though to keep me from running. Huh? Huh? Confused, I kept looking back and forth between Scien's face and my wrist.
では行くか。賃金の額面は俺の研究室で提示してやる。
With that, Scien tugged on my arm to pull me into the backseat van.
今すぐその手を離せ。
Adolphe intervened, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword.
何のつもりだ。
それはこっちのセリフだ。何の説明もなしに人の妹を連れ去ろうとしやがって。
その男が口うるさく過保護なのはお前が育てた影響か、豊島。割のいい仕事を紹介しに来ただけでよくもまあわめくことができる。
仕事
Scien let me go, then looked me over top to bottom.
昨日俺はお前に研究室の掃除を任せたな。
Please. Attention. I let you clean my room yesterday. What an asshole. Yes? Wait. Did I do something wrong back then?
いや、むしろ逆だ。
Seeing me tilt my head in confusion.
俺はお前の掃除の手際をそれなりに気に入った。
Wait, let me shift something in the settings. Like this. Wait, I wanted to do something else. It's a short thing, but okay. I'll bust it in a minute. I'm actually quite pleased with how well you clean.
よってダハトの機嫌が治るまで俺の衣食住を整える専属の駒使いとして雇いたい。どうだ、施設の職員なんぞより給与は弾むぞ。
Scien confidently gave me his job offer.
身を言うかと思えば、そんなしょうもない理由で。
Adolphe looked wary upon hearing Scien's unexpected explanation. So you're saying you want me to do the same work as before? work to do here, so I don't think I can work for you.
この子の言う通りよ。それにお世話をしてもらおうとしている立場なのに随分な態度じゃないの。
一時的な雇用主になる以上、立場は俺の方が上になって当然だろう。だいたいお前も人のことを言える立場か？一昔前まではお前も他者に世話をさせて当然といった態度をとっていただろうに。
Was she ever like that? I wondered if he was referring to when Mother first opened the orphanage. In any case, it seemed Scien was adamant about taking me back to his place.
これでもなお断るというのなら、娘、昨日お前の連れが壊した腕飾り、あれを全額この場で弁償してもらおうか。
Huh? He's such an asshole. Out of his pocket came a single invoice that I had never seen before. We all gasped when we saw the figure listed, which was more than enough for someone in coin to live a life of luxury for a few years. Wait, but you said yesterday it was fine.
そんなこと言った覚えはないな。書面での契約や音声データでの証拠でも残っているのなら話は別だが、俺にとってははしたがね。だがお前たちクーネの住人にとっては数年かけても払いきれん金額だろう。お前が俺の下で働くというのなら、ある程度減額してやってもいいぞ。
He's such an asshole.
あなたね。
Mother's face turned red with anger. She pulled her arm back as she approached Scien when...
落ち着けマム。さすがに手を出すのはまずい。
話しなさいアドルフ。この男は一度ぐらい痛い目に遭わないとわからないのよ。
Adolphe somehow grabbed her from behind before she could give him a good slap. Mother?
私は絶対に許さないわよ。あなたのような男や腐りきった王族が出入りする場所に私の大事な娘を預けるものですか？
ではお前が働きに来るか？できんだろう。お前はこの国で最もあの場所を意味嫌っているからな。手紙もこの娘に代わりに届けさせていたことといい、身代わりになる覚悟もなしに保護者を名乗るとは聞いてあげれる。
Silence filled the air. Adolphe still had Mother held back as I stood silently next to Scien. We weren't entirely sure what they were talking about, so we looked at each other to see if we could defuse the situation. Sorry. Adolphe? Knowing that, I doubt he'll stay away for long, so
仕方ねえな。
we both nodded at the same time.
セレス？それにアドルフまでどういうつもり？この子のことが心配ではないの？
心配に決まってるだろう。だがあんたがあまりにも怒るものだから見ているうちに冷静になってきた。
It is true that it was my fault Scien's property was broken. So it's only fair to work off the expense since I don't have much money.
そういうことだ。腹の立つ物言いだが筋違いなことを言われてるわけでもねえ。だからマム、少し落ち着け。過去に何があったのかは知らないが、あんたはどうもこの男が関わると。
その通りだ。かぶるならもっと賢く猫をかぶれ。
話がややこしくなるからあんたは黙ってろ。
Mother? Seeing that Mother remained silent, I spoke to her carefully. He is only asking me to do his daily chores and nothing more. I don't plan on getting involved in Scien's work, nor do I think I'll ever see anyone from the royal family. In addition,
"司祭は語らないが、 この国にはまだまだ死を招く花の種子が芽吹いている。この短い間に君が歩んだ軌跡は所詮序章に過ぎないのさ。自ら命を絶つ異様な死も、理不尽によって奪われる死も、この国の呪いに蝕まれ儚く散っていく死も、あるいはまだ日向にすら出ていないさまざまな死も、何一つ解決していない。
I hadn't seen him since, but if what you told me back then was true, there was a chance that something besides the curse would cause even more death. Also, I've just recalled that I need to take my medication. So please give me a second. I'll be right back. Sorry for my foolishness. Sorry for my foolishness. I'm sorry, and no, don't apologize, Lost. You have plenty on your own shoulders to worry about, place to put. How's your charger, by the way? Lost? Is everything okay? I guess I can't trust it. Not you, just something else. It still works? Okay, I'm glad. There was a chance that something besides the curse was causing death. In particular, the suicide-like death. Which was why they would probably contact Scien the moment they learned something from the bodies they took away from him. In that sense, it might be for the best that I were close to him, in case something happened. Of course, I'm alright working for you, as long as the rumors about me don't worry you.
なんだ、まだその話を蒸し返すのか？何度も繰り返すが、死神の迷信など俺は信じていない。本物だというのなら、噂通りこの場で火災や天変地異の一つや二つ起こしてみせろ。
もっと殊勝な態度が取れないのか、あんたは。
So far he can't. Soon after, Scien said he was busy doing other things and headed back to the institute. With the discussion over, I asked Adolphe to come to my room in private. I knew he wouldn't believe me right away, so I did my best to explain Anko to him. I let him know my other motives for working for Scien. Adolphe and the Corps were also investigating the weird death and Boral's identity. He also opened an investigation on that shadowy figure that killed Bora back then. So I suggested that if we could work at the institute, it should be easier for us to share information. I'm sorry for yawning. I'm sorry. With that decided, Adolphe and I spent a few hours trying to convince Mother. She finally gave in on the conditions that Adolphe periodically check on me at the institute. Hello, Sour Pipe. Thank you for watching over me. And so, we finally got the approval I needed from my foster mother to begin my work.
考え直したまえ姫君。あの男をパートナーにすることだけは絶対に許さない。
The moment I arrived at the licorice field, the watchman of death, the very reason I decided to accept the job offer, immediately tried to stop me the moment we met. My expression turned to one of confusion when I heard Anko's urgent plea. But Anko, Scien wants to hire me as his maid to handle his daily chores. The main purpose for my accepting his offer was for the chance to learn more information about the mysterious death. I don't intend on involving Scien on it.
それでもダメだ。君の死神としての能力が本物だと奴に知られでもしたら、一体どのような目に遭わされるか。
But Scien's just an eccentric researcher. He doesn't seem to be that bad. He even said himself that he doesn't believe in rumors or superstitions.
君は
That single word brought a sudden change to Anko's usual calm face.
あの男の本性を何も知らないからそんなことが言えるんだ。かつて奴のせいで一体どれほどのが生まれたと。
I saw intense hatred in his eyes. Anko snapped out of his fury when he heard me speak his name.
すまない。私としたことが少々取り乱してしまった。だが、私がここまで訴えるほど、シアン・ブロフィワーズは危険な男なのだよ。
Dangerous? The person who led the country to salvation?
救いにもさまざまな形や意味があるということだ。
But right now, working under Scien is about the only means I have to uncover the truth behind the death. If I stop now, wouldn't it make things difficult for you, Anko?
それはそうなのだが。
After a moment of silent thought, Anko's expression transformed into one of disgust.
どうしてもあの男と関わるというのなら、一つ君に守ってほしい条件がある。私の術によって封じ込めている君の死神としての力、呪いの進行を早める能力のことだけは絶対に奴へ知られないように警戒してほしい。知られたが最後、奴は君を とみなして害するだろう。
My power as death? The dreadful curse that had maimed and killed so many of my loved ones.
幸いにして他の大行な噂と入り混じり、外界に疎い彼はこの件について詳細を把握していないようだ。だが万が一にも知られる時が来れば。
Uncle slipped his hand into his pocket and pulled out something hidden in
君
his
に害
clothes.
が及ぶ前に何百何千何万体の控えの肉体を用意していようと、私はあの男を殺し尽くしてみせる。
It became clear to me in that moment. More than on the night he told me to uncover the truth behind the death. I saw in his eyes a clear and pure malice directed at Scien. But why?
死の番人として人間の情妙をねじ曲げる存在を快く思わないのは当然のこと。君が奴に深入りしなければ、私のこの警戒も杞憂に終わるのだがね。
Uncle calmly stated it in a way that hid his emotions.
では、今宵の仰せはここまで。願わくば、あの男の力を借りることなく、君が試練に打ち勝つことを。
And with that, he blended into the flowers and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Anko isn't human, yet he sees Scien as a real threat and says I don't know who he really is. Scien Brofiise, the savior, who triumphed over the curse of death. Seen with malice by the watchmen of death, an existence like that of a god. I couldn't imagine who he truly was, with all of the different views people had on him. A few days later, the entrance pass from the institute had arrived, so
来たか。初日から遅刻するようなら即刻解雇していたところだ。
good morning, Scien. I will do my best working for you until I pay off what's due. I look forward to...
今さら挨拶などいらん。業務内容を説明するからついてこい。
Okay. I quickly followed after Scien's long stride down the corridor.
今後この研究所を出入りするにあたり、一つだけ警告しておいてやる。ダハト以外の研究員に声をかけられたとしても一切応じるな。徹底して無視しろ。
May I ask why? I was an outsider to those working here, but it'd be rude to not exchange
権力が
pleasantries.
集中する場所には自然と陰謀と悪意が渦巻くものといえば理解できるか？
The researchers passing by Scien glared at him.
権力争いの餌食になりたくなければせいぜい忠告に従うんだな。仮にお前を人質に取られても俺は何もしない。
Okay. He managed to convince me, and I nodded. Yeah, it was fairly convincing, I would say.
あらあら、何十年と生き死にを繰り返してもデリカシーのなさは変わらないのね、この最古の若作りじじいは。横暴な振る舞いで王族や研究員にも疎まれていると聞いているし、そろそろ第一線から退いたらどうかしら。
now that I think of it. Mother must have known him how it was there, which was why she didn't want me to work. A few minutes later, as if I had stepped back in time, I thought that his room was yet again littered beyond belief. I stared at Scien incredulously.
お前が去った1時間後にはなぜかこのありさまへ戻っていた。
I suppose that the talents of sorts. Scien nodded calmly. Then can I get started right away?
ああ、部屋の隅にある空のカゴや紙袋は好きに使え。ただし余計なことはするな。お前は最低限俺が研究するための住環境を保証すればいい。いらん世話を焼こうとすればどんな理由があろうと即座に叩き出す。
Having made his threat, Scien left the room. Bare minimum? What does bare minimum mean to him? Unfortunately, there was no one around to answer my question. I made a mental note to ask Scien later where I could wash his clothes. For now, I picked up the crumpled wads of paper from the floor and expanded the area of my cleaning from before. My broom grazed a pile of books on the floor. I tucked my hair behind my ear as I kneeled down to see if they were dusty. Come to think of it, these books have been in the same spot since yesterday. It wasn't just a few books, but a tall stack. Wait. Safe. That's better. I reached out to the books, but stopped before I actually touched them. Come to think of it, I sometimes stack together books that I'm planning to read. I guess it's not a good idea to touch them without asking first. For all I knew, this might be Scien's way of keeping things in order. I continued cleaning the room, avoiding things that looked important. I thought the place looked a lot cleaner than before. At least I hoped. It's hard to see progress since I'm avoiding anything that looks important. Making matters worse is that I found more strange pieces in the corner again. What in the world are these fragments of? Scien suddenly appeared in the room, and before I could ask him any questions...
ご苦労だった。今日はもう帰れ。ん？なんだ？ここで漁りたい情報でもあるのか？
Not at all, but you did hire me as your maid, so I expected to do more cleaning.
今のところはない。あればその都度指示を飛ばす。
I see. This was a lot simpler than I thought. Suddenly, I remembered my question. That's right. Scien, about the dirty clothes here. Where can I wash them? If there is no place to wash them here, I can take them back with me to have them cleaned.
薬品が染みついた白衣だけはこちらで処理する。それ以外は好きにしろ。
Understood. I guess conventional washing can take care of everything. After stuffing the wrinkled clothes in a bag, I said goodbye and took my leave. As I headed toward the exit,
あれあれ そこにいるのはセレスさんじゃないですか。
I turned around at a familiar voice. Dad! Dad skipped toward me and innocently shook my hand with excitement.
お久しぶりです。まさかこんな場所でまたお会いできるとは思ってませんでした。許可証が発行されてるってことは、この研究所に何かご用が？もしやお早めにリライバー化のご相談を？あなたなら特別に僕が担当について丁寧に対応しちゃいますよ。
I haven't come to a decision just yet. I'm actually here because Scien hired me as his personal maid.
シアンさんの元でってどういうことです？
Huh? He didn't tell you? I briefly explained to the Hut what happened.
本当にごめんなさい。まさかシアンさんが生活を改めるどころかあなたを脅すような真似をするなんて。
Please, calm down. You don't have to apologize, the Hut.
優しさが逆につらい。この年で18歳の女の子に迷惑をかけてしまうなんて。
The Hut covered his face with embarrassment.
僕がシアンさんのお世話係に戻れればあなたは解放されるんでしょうけど、ちょうど今僕の班は研究が立て込んでて、シアンさんとの喧嘩がなくてもしばらく顔を出せそうにないんですよね。
Team? I thought you two were researching reliable technology together.
いやいや、全員が全員ずっと同じ研究をしてるわけないじゃないですか。うちの研究所は同じ組織内でも先行する研究テーマごとに派閥が分かれちゃってるんです。基本は共同研究を優先してますけど、進展次第ではそちらにかかりきりになることもあったりなかったり。
I didn't know that. This was actually surprising. I thought you were always working with Scien.
仲良しに見えてるなら嬉しいです。
The Hut scratched his cheek happily before returning to the subject.
まあそんなわけですみませんが、僕が戻るまでシアンさんのわがままに付き合ってあげてください。シアンさんはひねくれてますけど、なんていうかとにかく傲慢なだけで嫌な人じゃないんです。厳密には悪意を抱くほど他人に興味がないと言いますか、自分の人間性を研究のために犠牲にしているような人なので。
Well, I guess he tends to look at people objectively, including
そう
himself.
なんですよね。いっそ人間らしく権力にでも溺れてくれればまだ親近感が湧くんですけど。
From the sound of it, even the Hut didn't fully know Scien, despite being with him for so long.
まあでも辛くなったら遠慮なく逃げ出してください。あんまり意地悪や理不尽が過ぎるのなら強いお酒でも持って潰してくれても構いませんからね。
I smiled back at the Hut as he laughed and said he would take responsibility. I continued my work at the Institute, but my interaction with Scien had been kept to the bare minimum. We hardly ever talk. Every day is just me cleaning and going home. If the Hut returns tomorrow, it would mean that I've paid off that expensive bracelet in just a few days by doing something I like.
労働に見合わぬ報酬をいただくというのも悩ましいものですね。
After another day of short labor, I ran into Jean on my way back and ended up sharing my concerns. Judd was listening to my complaints in earnest, probably because he was in a similar line of work.
しかし話を聞く限り、本当にシアン様は自身の生活に無頓着な方のようで。
Yes, and it isn't unusual to hear him say that he spent another night without sleep. So I was hoping I could prepare something for him instead of having him eating plain bread every day.
毎日パンが好物なのですか？
It's not that he particularly likes it, but I think he doesn't want to spend much time eating. If he's only eating bread, he can still work at the same time. Jean's response was an unintelligible sigh. He did mention before that he ate a lot of bread, but I never expected it was all he ate. And Scien didn't seem to care much about quality or taste. So he was spending his days eating whatever stale bread he happened upon when he was hungry. In terms of nutrition, he took medicines and drips to supplement what he was missing.
ですが共同生活の最中はごく普通に食事されていたのでは？
Apparently, that was a rare case where he actually ate outside. According to the hut, it was likely that Scien only ate to pass the time, since he couldn't do any research at Adolphus' place.
ならば改めて彼に手料理を振る舞ってみては？シアン様も本来ならば食欲旺盛な成人男性の肉体の持ち主。口では食事に興味がないと言っても、いざ美味な料理を差し入れられたら食せずにはいられないでしょう。
Even if he doesn't ask for food?
いいんですよ。一度胃袋を掴んでしまえばこっちのものです。それに料理を気に入ってもらえれば手伝える家事も増えるではありませんか。
I pondered over Jean's suggestion for a moment. I see. I guess waiting around won't change things, so I'll give it a try.
その意気ですよ。俺もあなたを見習って坊ちゃんに美味しい料理を作れるように修行し直すことにします。
I thanked Jean, who gave me a smile. Speaking of Mathis, how's he doing? I haven't seen him ever since Boro died.
仇を討つ前に奴が死んだことに未だ心の整理がついていないようです。今はイブさんたちクルーンに依頼し、彼らとの交流を通じて励ましていただいています。
I see. Mathis did seem to get along with Eve. Would it be alright for me to visit him once my work with Scien settles down a bit?
ええ、ぜひ。その際は坊ちゃんと共に全力でおもてなしさせていただきます。可能ならばシアン様もお招きしたいのですが、さすがに難しいでしょうか。
Is it? I'll ask him when I have the chance. I parted ways with Jean as I thought of how nice it would be to surround the dinner table with everyone enjoying a meal like before. After purchasing the groceries at the Virche, I quickly headed back to the orphanage. The next morning, as the children watched me from afar, I began to prepare a light meal for Scien. Later, I set out for the institute with a basket of food on my right arm and a basket of clean laundry on my left. I silently greeted each passing researcher and made my way to Scien's laboratory. The person I wanted to see was seated in a chair, looking at a floating diagram of light. I suppose it was part of the Institute's unique system that Daha told me about before. Perhaps there was some security in place, since I couldn't see the words or images clearly from where I stood. Scien was so focused on his search that he didn't seem to notice I came in. It appeared he was in the middle of something important, so I decided not to get in his way. It was then that a thought came to mind. I noticed he had an empty basket set atop his desk within reaching distance. If memory served correctly, Scien used that basket to hold his stock of bread. Seeing that it was empty, I concluded that he must have eaten everything during the night or earlier this morning. Careful not to disturb him, I moved the empty basket away and left in its place the basket of food I prepared. Suddenly, I heard a sigh. Scien reached out for the basket without looking. I picked up one of the sandwiches I made and held it out in the path of his oncoming hand. Scien grasped the sandwich and brought it to his mouth to take a bite. He didn't seem to notice what it was.
呼吸器の耐久度の上昇テストはクリア。ならば続けて被験者に求められる条件の算出を。
He finished eating the sandwich, at which point I passed him a second one.
やはり該当者はなしか。仕方ない。今回も同じ手を使うしか。
He finished the second sandwich without noticing, so I handed him a third. He finished it, and I gave him another. And so it continued with the occasional cup of tea in between. I kept the sandwich ingredients to a minimum, so none of it spilled out. It was strangely satisfying to watch Scien eat the sandwiches as I handed them to him. And finally, just as I went to hand him the last one with a smile, he finally realized that I had been feeding him my sandwiches.
何をしているんだ、お前は。
Well, I wanted you to eat something more nutritious than just bread, so I made some sandwiches before I came over. You were too focused on what you were doing, and I noticed that you were reaching out to an empty basket.
無言で手渡せば食べるだろうと。
Yes. I was thrown out of enjoying the moment and began to feel embarrassed. With the last sandwich in hand, Scien sighed, then took a huge bite.
まったく。このまま俺が最後まで気づかずに研究を続けていたらどうするつもりだったんだ、お前は。
Well, if that happened, I guess I would have either waited until you gave me orders for today, or left a note before going home. Scien?
どうやら俺はなかなか悪くない買い物をしたらしい。
Scien grinned widely and approached me. He came so close that I could touch him if I moved at all. Scien didn't seem bothered and...
俺の権力と技術を目当てに駒使いを買って出た者は今までも山のようにいた。だがどいつも余計な世話焼きばかり。俺のためとのたまいながら許可なく研究室を荒らすわ。食うのに10分以上はかかる億劫な食事ばかりを提供するわ。挙句に交流と称し大声を発し研究の邪魔をするわで。
As he spoke, I realized his previous mates had done everything they could to be kind and considerate of him. But to someone who wasn't human, anything that got in the way of his research, anything that he perceived as wasting his time in the slightest, was condemned.
心底うんざりしていた。
Their efforts meant nothing to him.
ダハとはまだマシな方だったが、あいつも俺の私物を勝手に捨てた前科がある。 だがその点においてお前は違う。やや暗いのが少々鬱陶しいが、お優しい自分に酔わず出しゃばらないその姿勢が気に入った。
Scien bent down a bit to look straight into my eyes.
決めたぞ。一時などとは言わず、お前はこのまま俺のものになれ。
His eyes were almost like a vicious serpent's. I felt an odd pressure as I saw my reflection in the glassy curves of his eyes.
次回からは駒遣いなどではなく、俺専属の雑用係と名乗るといい。俺の研究室以外の場所に移動することも許してやる。誰が何と言おうと文句は言わせん。
There was a seriousness behind his smile that suggested it might be worse than that. I knew I didn't have the option to refuse. What should I say to Mother and Adolphe? I felt so hopeless from not being able to refuse his job with seemingly no end. Contrary to my own inner turmoil, Scien appeared to be in a very good mood. He controlled the floating light panels in front of him, possibly updating my information. Just as I was wondering what to do,
あれれシアン所長じゃないですか。
from around the corner appeared Dahat. Behind him was a group of researchers. It was very unusual to see so many gathered behind him, and I was just about to greet Dahat as usual when
少し黙っていろ。
his whisper in my ear stopped me. Scien paused for a moment, then glared at Dahat.
奇遇だな、ダハト。最近共同研究時以外に姿を見かけていないが、相も変わらずメモリーの容量増加の研究など続けているのか？無駄な研究をする暇があるのなら、俺の研究を補佐してほしいものだ。
あいにくと僕は冷酷なあなたと違ってこの研究を無駄だなんて思っていないので。
For a moment, I couldn't believe who was speaking. The tone of his voice was completely different, devoid of any warmth. His playful smile and childish respect for Scien had transformed into cold bitterness. Dahat? He glanced at me as I stood in shock, then looked back at
リライ
Scien.
バーだって研究を続ければいつか全感情の持続が可能となるはずです。生まれた時からまともな感情や人間性を有していないあなたと違ってね。
そんなことを繰り返し、一体何十年が経過した？近いうちに研究成果を出さなければ、お前たちの立場が苦しくなるだけだぞ。
Look to my coming at first light on the fifth day. At dawn, look to the east, says Klopp, whom I greet here warmly. Hello, Klopp. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you here, as usual. Or should I say good morning? Do you want a quick rewind of what we had seen so far?
言われなくても分かってます。あれこれ口出ししないでもらえません？
Okay, so what we had before, we had worked for Scien. He appreciated our work kinda too much. So at first, he asked us to work. Well, asked it's Scien. He demanded us with threats to work as his maid for a time being until the hut will return to his usual way of helping. Then there was a magnificent banter with Salome, Mother Salome. And we have seen yet again that she hates Scien and she hates the royal family quite a lot. Then we started working for him. We learned that he hates when anything disrupts his work on his research. And with that he moves ambitious. And recently, just about 5 minutes ago, he enjoyed our approach to work without, well, reaching him out and disturbing his peace and workload any more than necessary. He said that he wants us as a permanent mate, and so he made us. And then when we were returning back from work with him, we encountered the hut and a group of researchers around him who started seemingly hostile interaction with Scien. You can hear and see right now.
すまんな。年を取るとどうにも説教臭くなる。有能な部下が無駄で無意味な研究に時間を消費しているのがどうにも我慢できなくてな。
In response to his cynicism, the hut subordinates all glared at Scien. I was completely taken aback by their exchange.
いやー、変なお話を聞かせちゃってごめんなさい、セレスさん。
The hut sent his team ahead of him and suggested that they meet later. He then smiled at me brightly as I stood there in utter disbelief. Is it just me, or do you two actually not get along at all?
いやいやいや、違いますよ。なんて言うんだろう。あれは僕たちにとっては挨拶のようなものです。
But your team looked like they were ready to pounce on Scien.
それを織り込み済みでの応酬だ。いわゆる派閥争いというものだな。
Now that you mention it, I remember the hut telling me that he works on different research than yours.
そうです。リダイバー化に際し、心臓、メモリー容量から溢れる強い感情を持ち越せないのは、あなたもご存知ですよね。
俺が率いるゼロ班は、その感情をあくまで記号とみなし、関与せず。
Exactly. The only really important point is what you see right now about different factions at Institute, crucial point. Everything beyond this, Scien being Scien, which is an asshole. Smart, cynical, nonchalant asshole.
より効率よく死の呪いに対抗できる肉体的に優れた耐久度の高いリライバーを作ることを目的とした派閥。いわば生存重視の効率派。
それに対して僕は寿命の件を後回しする代わりにメモリーの容量や使用を改善し、
Okay. Efficiency, the core research topic of a faction within the Institute. Their objective is to develop relievers with great physical resilience to the curse of death. They are against transferring strong emotions that would cause an overflow of data from the heart, which acts as a reliever's memory bank. The faction is led by Scien Brofiise. It's complicated.
すべての感情を持続できる人間らしいリライバーを作ることを最優先としています。
And especially given the shortage well, the limited amount of resources, cognitive resources, human resources.
シアンさんの真似をして名付けるなら感情派といったところですか。
Emotions, the core research topic of a faction within the Institute. Their objective is to develop relievers that are able to retain their emotions in order to be as human as possible. They believe modifying the heart, which stores emotions, is key to achieving their mission. The faction is led by the heart.
ここまで聞けばわかると思いますが、僕とシアンさんは最終的な目標が反発し合ってるんです。なので僕たちの派閥のメンバーも真っ向から対立しているありさまでして。
これがまあなかなか面倒でな。仕方なく俺たち代表者同士がすれ違いざまに見せかけの応酬をするだけで火種を潰しているというわけだ。
It made sense after they explained it. So, you only pretended not to get along so that your subordinates don't take the initiative.
そうですそうです。共同研究時や普段は普通に接してますけどね。
The Hut continued by saying their researchers seemed to think the joint project was a front to maintain the appearance of cooperation. Seeing them like this is a relief after what happened earlier. I was glad they were only pretending.
でもシアンさんとの皮肉は9割本気だったりするので、実は僕もたまにカチンとしちゃってたり。
Huh?
それはお前が感情なんてくだらんものに固執しているからだろ
う。それ僕の部下の前で絶対に言わないでくださいね。いつ殴られてもおかしくないですよ、もう。
Yeah, he is really a big shot. He is literally the second after Scien in the Institute. Also, one of the oldest people in the country. And something else. I won't reveal so far. And yeah, did you mean a sweet bun? Because a sweet bun is something from Yakuza Like a Dragon. Sweet bun. Visual novel about dating homeless. I'm sure it exists. Then explain. Seeing my eyes widen, Daha played with his hair and continued.
まあそんなわけでして、シアンさんの独裁に見えてうちも結構ややこしいのです。けどプライベートでギスギスするつもりはないのでご心配なく。
1 second. Good.
う。わざわざ言わなくともこいつならそのうちになれるだろう。
Okay, in that meaning. Well, he's interesting. He's an interesting character. I like him. And he's precious. There is no...
だが、俺の部下になる以上、こいつの手駒に絡まれることは覚悟しておけよ。
Okay. I answered hesitantly, but I didn't get agreed to the new job yet. Despite the fact I had never accepted it, it seemed Scien had already made the decision for me. Also, I want to remind every single one of you to take care of yourself. Please, if you have any supplements or medications, take them. If you need to have something to eat, eat, please. Have something to drink right near you, so you wouldn't wear your bodies at very least more than usual. Also, I wanted to separately say to Club, thank you for answering my call and coming here. It's deeply appreciated. Витамины, да. Ну, смотря какие, конечно. Омега. Да тоже, в общем. А вообще, конечно, так с нуля не сказать. Там есть всякие нюансы усваиваемости, например, по витаминам, в какой именно они форме. Это какие-нибудь хелатные соединения или еще что-то. То есть непосредственно химическая структура в соединении с чем. Но можешь смело бахнуть. Все водорастворимые витамины пойдут нормально. Это все витамины группы В. Да, я понимаю, это просто... Ну, насколько я знаю, это имеет значение. After our short conversation, Scien actually escorted me outside of Chernival. Lost, you're still here. Thank you for staying here. Scien's personal mate. Правильно жалуется, поставь будильник. Я тебе уже и звук для будильника дал. Serving him meant that I was going to be working for this country's brain. Considering that, I really shouldn't accept his offer. Which is why... Scien, why are you so against the Hut's research efforts? Wouldn't it be better to find a way for Elivers to store more emotions than before? I decided to ask him what caught my attention. Upon hearing my question, Scien stopped.
それは質問と非難のどっちだ
A question?
ならば応じてやろ
Scien sat down on a nearby bench. I quietly sat down next to him. After a group of children passed by us, Scien began to speak.
俺にとって感情とは効率的な思考を妨げるバグ。中でも恋愛感情はこの世で最も煩わしく有害な感情だ。研究者に必要とされるのは完全なる理性と揺るがない自我のみ。故にそれを揺るがす脅威は排除する。それだけの話だ。言いたいことがあるのならはっきりと言え。
Well, I've heard that leaving behind emotions changes people. So I was just surprised to hear someone say that emotions weren't necessary.
人でなしだと
Who knows? Of course, emotions are important, and I don't think we can do without them, but I also can't dismiss your opinion on it. Scien looked at me with suspicion, while I smiled with embarrassment. Now that I think about it, I used to be so pessimistic about life. I lived every day suppressing the emotions I felt. So, who am I to talk about the importance of emotions? Hearing my words, Scien nodded in agreement.
そういう意味ではお前も俺と同じく人でなしだったということか。
He was probably referring to me in the past tense, because he knew that I had changed since then. Scien slowly got ready to stand up when
本当にあの豊島に育てられたとは思えんな。
I don't see her as an old hag, but mother took me into her care after I was kicked out of my previous orphanage. So I didn't grow up with her from the beginning.
いや、だがそれにしても、
His beautiful eyes look straight at me. Scien, is there something on my face?
いや、こうして改めて見ると、その容姿といい、口調といい、お前どこかで、いやまさかな。
He shook his head and moved away from me. He then stood from the bench.
元人手なし同士のよしみだ。明日からはこれを着て研究所まで来い。
Welcome back. Scien took off his lab coat.
これで名実ともに俺の部下だな。
He gently dropped his lab coat like a hood over my head.
「最古の男は黄金の絹を持つ女に問う。何をそこまで心臓なんかを尊ぶのかと。女は呆れた。バカね。それがわからないから、あなたは地上に降りることができないの。非情で、わがままで、傲慢な神様。人の心を理解できないあなたは、この世の誰より哀れで無様な存在だ。きっとあなたは生涯、この胸を裂くほどの心地よい痛みを理解することはないのでしょうね。かわいそう、かわいそう。あまりに哀れすぎて、欲したところで得られぬ呪いをこの命でかけてしまいそうだわ。
Klopp says, I see how some players can want Scien really much. I'm glad you like that interlude. I also like them in general these interludes. And that one... Hey, about Scien. I also see why some player can want Scien really much. Also, I'd say that surprisingly, Scien's route is the most typical Otome route that game has. Like, that one is closest to average Otome experience among all of them. It has more fan service than everything else. General art interactions, Scien's personality type, that kind of love interest. All of these. Yeah. Well, it's explainable. I definitely don't like him as a love interest, but I like his character and I like his route. He is interesting, and route... Well, for this game, that route is lighthearted. In general, not at all, of course, but specifically for this game, in comparison with every single other, yeah. I guess the main problem I see with Scien's route is that it feels... well, it is filled with much more information about local technology than every single other, except for maybe La Salute. And as you could have guessed, it it's not a hard sci-fi. It's really wacky. They saw emotions and bodies as expendable. Countless shadow feared inevitable death. In the corner of the grand castle where the royal family of Arbashel lived, men who had committed crimes were stepping out of their cells. They walked in unison through the darkness, their wrists tied with their thick rope. Around them were hardy royal guard soldiers, watching to ensure that none of the men did anything strange. One of them whispered. The man who killed a young merchant and his younger brother to steal money and become a reliver spoke to the man next to him.
こんな夜中に俺たちをこれからどこに連れて行かれるってんだ。
知らねえよ。この部屋のやつら、俺らを牢屋から出したっきり一言も口を聞きやしねえんだ。
The man being docked lost his sense of guilt after he became a reliver. He kept preaching his innocence while abusing countless prostitutes. The prisoners here were those who had been accused of heinous crimes and were awaiting punishment from the royal family. Anyone with a sliver of good in them would decry what they had done. In other words, they were true villains. Okay, let me be honest. Even in comparison with wacky sci-fi, that game has especially wacky sci-fi. Well, and it never was an intention to make it. There never was an intention to make it much better. It's purely a tool here, not a masterfully created detail of the story. It would be better if it had a decent sci-fi component, but it's fine even without it, in my opinion. The young man at the end of the royal line was acting as a supervisor over the march.
何をしている？とっとと連れて行け。速やかにこの汚らわしい罪人どもを引き渡し、シアン・ブロフィワーズから先日の交渉、バックアップの頻度について返事を受け取ってこい。
The prisoner looked at each other with confusion over what was just said. The royal guard responded immediately, but despite their showing of loyalty to the royal family, the soldiers were surprisingly sympathetic to the
エ
criminals.
クソシスト教団たちの言うことに同調するわけじゃないが、神の皮をかぶったあの悪魔のもとへと送られるなんて、まさに生贄だな。人間のクズだと分かっていても、ほんの少し同情しちまうよ。
Let us see how long these humans would retain their forms. A few days passed after receiving Scien's lab coat, along with a matching outfit. I figured out that Scien had intense hatred of his routine during being disturbed.
掃除。
I'll get right on it. I'll cover your tools on the deck with a cloth, so they don't get dusty. I like the
着
drama,
替え。
though I admit that for some people that drama is too much. For some it would be forced, for others it would be just too harsh. And yeah, she looks cute in his lab coat. I had everything washed, but here are a few that are a bit more fluffed and comfortable to wear.
食事
And yes, not even a please. I have some sandwiches for you today. I also have your night snacks ready, so please have them when you're hungry. Well, to be honest, while Scien is an asshole, I would prefer such a boss much more than what I had in my institute. But definitely not as a love partner. Also, thank you for interacting in the chat, Lost. It is appreciated. And I hope you'll enjoy hating him across that route. Wait.
30分仮眠する
I have sandwiches for you today. I also have your night snacks ready, so please have them when you're hungry. I'll wake you up 2 minutes early. Here's a pillow. After saying that he doesn't eat much, he's finally eating what I serve him without complaint. I was surprised when he wanted me to be his maid, but I think I'm doing a pretty good job.
お前ら相性が良すぎてタチが悪いな。
Well, I understand Lost. As a partner, well, he's crappy. Awful. As a boss, and so far we have that kind of relationship, boss-subordinate relationship. Fairly okay. Все в порядке, Клоп, не переживай. Дайджабу. You think? I thought my report would ease Adolphus' worries. Instead, he looked at me with a frown. My foster brother had come all the way out here to check on me. I tilted my head in bewilderment as I put on my resized lab coat.
今まで孤立してた反動もあるだろうが、仕事とはいえ尽くしすぎだ。あいつのメイドかお前は。
But if I leave Scien alone, he's probably going to get sick from living so lonely, so...
相手は60歳超えの最古のリライバーだぞ。最低限の自己管理ぐらい自分でさせろ。
I thought he's older. Never mind. But yeah, he is Gilf. Many consider him to be the hottest boy in the game. Like, the most sexy one. He was right that Scien was well over 60. Perhaps over 8 years old, including his days as human. Okay. I'll try to keep myself from doing too much. I mean, my favorites are Eve, Anku, and Mathis. Scien is barely even recognized by me as a love partner. Well, Klopp, let's be honest. It's not much of a problem for us that we're not women. And yeah, pretty much we are his nanny. We are. You miss Mathis? Then I promise you, well, not promise, but I think, Lost, you will really enjoy the next route. like, if you liked Mathis, I think, and given what I know about you, I think you will really like Eve. You should love Eve a lot. And he will be the next one, because we will unlock his route after Scien's. Right now it's locked. It hadn't occurred to me. Not necessarily. Hello, gamer. Thank you for coming. It is... I didn't expect you to come, but I appreciate it. I hope your day was treating you well. And yeah, I have a PNG model right now. But it's not a cat, it's a dragon. Probably I should write it somewhere. I'll do it later. No, it's fine. Just clarifying. But yeah, how are you doing? Did Sam post the link? I didn't expect it. It's surprising. Usually someone... calzone. Sounds tasty. I'm glad you enjoyed it and your floor didn't. I'm leaving. Trying to make the best out of it. And well, right now I'm playing the game I like. I'm having the chat who enjoys it with me. I have a nice gamer who came to me to greet me, which is deeply appreciated and heartwarming. So you could say it's decent. Really, thank you. I didn't expect it, but as they say, a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Calzone. Maybe I should make some too. Though right now, what I'm cooking the most is Japanese pancakes. I'm trying to make them, like, properly fluffy and all. It's hard. What's harder is that I don't really like the tastes. Not the tastes of what I'm doing, but generally I don't like the taste of Japanese pancakes because I don't like eggs, and they taste and should taste similar to scrambled eggs. Ambitious. Well, okay, I'll agree, it's quite ambitious because these Japanese desserts are considered to be hard, not in recipe, but exactly a way of making. Kept what down? I wish I fed you with this pancakes club. I heard some people use the liquid from a can of chickpeas in place of eggs. Have you tried that? Probably has a more subtle flavor. It is possible, but since I'm not doing them for myself, it just... Sometimes when I try to cook something, I won't get calm until I'll finish it with like canonical recipe, and so that's why I'm not changing. It's important for me to achieve success with usual recipe, and only then I can allow myself to use some replacement. But then when I'll finish it, I'll be able to use chickpeas, water, or something else. I could be able to make a vegan version of them for those who prefer vegan delicacies. That said, I was a bit surprised. Adolphe, I thought you would be against my working here like mother is.
俺が気に入らないのはあくまであいつの態度とひねくれた性根だからな。お前を理不尽に扱うような真似でもしない限り言いがかりはつけねえよ。マムがあいつを警戒する理由を教えてくれれば話はまた別だが。
But from the looks of it, I doubt she'll say anything.
ああ、マムにはマムなりの理由があるんだろうがな。
Adolphe scratched his head as if troubled.
とにかくあいつへの献身もほどほどにしておけ。下手に気に入られても厄介だ。
But yeah, gamer, thank you for your suggestion. Your idea is still appreciated. Thank you. MC Club says, meanwhile, today I decided to cook something using that chicken broth I had in the fridge for a while. It didn't go bad, don't worry. Well, the only grades I had were cornmeal, and I chucked 2 cups of it when I should have been measuring with teaspoons, as I now understand. Okay. In real world, your food would be treated as a feeding past. But I guess it's a good alternative to, Soylent Green. You could imagine the abomination that I have as a result. I cannot imagine the abomination that you have as a result. It is beyond of human comprehension. Fragile, mortal minds shattered when attempting to come with understanding of something so ungodly, something so beyond human merits and world, as what you did. Nah, it's fine. But yeah. In the end, you alone fled, laughing and wailing through those blackened arcades of antiquity, until consciousness failed you. You remember a venerable stream, opulent and imperial. Now, it is a festering abomination. I beg you, return to the kitchen, claim your cooking, and deliver it to the trash can, with the ravenous clutching shadows that reside there. In any case, just tone down what you're doing for him. No, I was just reciting something. True. I mean, I don't really intend on working for him forever. Once the hut returns, I'll ask if I can leave. Adolphe sighed in agreement. Scien assumed Sorry, that I had already agreed to his job offer, but there is no telling what would happen to Scien once Anku's power wears off. If I were to spread misfortune to him and something dire happened, that would seal the country's fate. If so, then I really needed to make sure that I quit once opportunity arose. By the way, has there been any movement in relation to the death?
いや、特には。
Thank you for the diversity you're bringing, Club. Nope.
ひとまず自警団の方で変死の原因になるような薬や病が流行していないか調査してはいるが、正直ダメ元だな。
I see. Well, I haven't heard of anything on my end either.
まあ何もねえってことは一応は平穏を取り戻したってことだろ。それよりマムから聞いたが、近頃お前施設と研究所の往復ばっかでろくに休んでないらしい。いい加減休暇でも取ったらどうだ。
Come to think of it, it had been a long time since I had a day to myself. Can I really take a day off? Wow, so relatable. I thought for a moment, and images of mother and the children immediately came to mind. Okay, I'm sure mother is worried, so I'll talk to Scien. Also, says Club, I did not try the results, so I don't know how it tastes. Well, it's natural that you didn't. I mean, you're still here with us, in the world of living. Sorry. After seeing Adolphe off, I went to Scien to see if I could put in a leave request.
長期間ここを開けんのなら構わんぞ。
Huh? He approved my request instantly.
自分で聞いておいてなんだその反応は。
I'm sorry. It's just that I thought everyone here worked nearly every day. So I thought you wouldn't like it if I asked for a day off.
この国で必要に時に追われるのは他人の寿命を背負う俺たちリライバー研究者だけだ。ただの雑用係に強要したところで得られるものなど何もない。半端に付き合い倒れられる方が迷惑だ。
He didn't sound like he was worried, but I could tell he was alert to my physical condition. Thank you very much. I'll prepare a few days of preserved food before I leave. Before that, there is one thing.
なんだ
Scien's Brofiise. I carefully chose my next words. Well, while I'm gone, I would appreciate if you could cut back on working through the night. Scien grinned.
ほう。お優しいお嬢さんらしい意見だな。だがそこは完全に止めるところじゃないのか？
I could tell he was testing me. Will you if I ask?
まさか。
I let out a quiet sigh at Scien's immediate response. Of course I didn't want him to work through the night, considering his health. But Scien had offered his life, including eating and sleeping, for the sake of his research to advance reliable technology. Considering how much weight he put into his mission, there was no way for me to ask him to stop. So instead, can't you ease things just a little? If you can do that, then I can make an adjustment to my schedule, and I can help assist you in reducing the burden to your health. I tried my best to reason with him.
余計な世話なのは違いないが、まあこの程度なら許容範囲か。
I mean, I'm not entirely sure lost, but I thought majority of bosses are how to put it? Strongly suboptimal. Is your personal working experience different? If you don't mind me asking a personal question like this. Considering his health. Meanwhile, Scien, when he was being killed. Okay, it's both of them. Pretty much, but that's Scien for you. Then you also deserve better management. But unfortunately, we have to deal with what we have to deal with.
いいだろう。確約はできんが、考えておく。
Huh? As I was surprised, Scien shot me away with his hand.
そら、許可は出したんだからとっとと帰れ。満足するまで休んで構わんが、俺の部屋が腐り果てる前には戻ってこいよ。
Thank you. Scien gave a nonchalant response as he saw me leave the room.
セレス、おかえりなさい。私の大事な愛娘。
Upon my return, mother gave me a big hug and looked at me worried.
大丈夫？あの男にひどいことはされていない？
I'm fine, mother. Scien had been treating me very well. My cheeks warmed at her treating me like a child. I was just happy to have some time to spend with her now. Still, I was a bit concerned by mother's reaction. In fact, seeing mother so worried about me was making me worried too. I know, says the club. A few big shots who are both efficient and ruthless, as you could probably expect. Fun things is I know these people through my hobby, so they're only my potential players. Well, as you know, in majority of cases there is ruthlessness with lack of efficiency and sense behind it. Which is saddening. Also, I would say that, do you know what was the last request I've got from my director on my work? Previous work. The last thing he requested me was to receive a few books from Kiev National Library. Yes. Сказочный долбоёб. Как его из психушки выпустили? Из Киева, понимаешь? Из Киева. No, he's just stupid fucking idiot. It made me wonder why she felt it to this extent. As I gently pried myself from her arms, I looked at Mother and asked, Mother, why are you so worried about me working for Scien? I mean, I know Scien isn't the most likable person and has his share of enemies, but he just doesn't seem as bad as you make him out to be. In fact, he's been paying me well and letting me take time off without complaint. I assumed that her concern came from their unfriendly relationship.
ごめんなさい。私ったら感情が高ぶってあなたの話も聞かずに独りよがりなことを。
I'm not sure, but I didn't watch the Joker, so maybe you're right. And I don't know much about it either. So, again, maybe you're right. Из хитриска мне добыть то, чего не может быть. Запишите название, чтобы в спешке не забыть. А не выполнишь к утру, в порошок тебе сотру, потому как твой характер мне давно не по нутру. Так что нечего губы дуть, а давай скорее в путь. Государственное дело. Ты ухватываешь суть? Прошел Федот домой, ручи смерти самой. Бел как мел, лицом занемел. Сел у окна, в глазах пелена. Кинулась маня, а он ноль внимания. Будешь в печали, коль смерть за плечами. Sorry. I'm sorry for our English-speaking viewers. Unfortunately, it's something I'm not daring to translate because it's... First of all, it's rhymed. And I can't really translate rhymes from Russian to English, and then it's something generally not easy to translate. Let's just say it's a really peculiar, funny and masterful way to rewrite some folk story. By English viewers, I wanted to say English-speaking viewers. Again, my apologies. Mother's shoulders slumped.
あなたは誰よりも言われのない誹謗に傷ついてきた子だもの。私の言葉一つで他人の人格を否定するような考えは決して抱かないわよね。安全圏からなら何でも言えるとあいつに指摘されたばかりなのに、私もまだまだ母として未熟だわ。
I'm sorry, Mother. Of course I trust what you have to say.
いいのよ。あなたが心優しい子に育ってくれて嬉しい限りだわ。
I breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Mother back to her smiling self.
ただ、シアンに近づいてほしくないというのは紛れもない私の本音。
Mother spoke boldly, with no apparent intention of changing her opinion of you.
あの男は善か悪かで問えば間違いなく悪人なの。今はただ悪行を実行する理由がないだけ。
No reason?
ええ、それさえあれば彼は何を言われようが構わず 悪魔に等しい所業を顔色一つ変えずに行う。それこそ口にするのもはばかられるほどのね。
Well, I like Saloma's character a lot. Well, who wouldn't? Lost Heart says, Google kind understands. What exactly do you mean? Sorry, Lost. Phrase of Klopp about I think it's challenging for even the best translators wasn't about his writing. It was about what I've been reciting. Also, I forgot the Jogless request about putting some sort of subtitles on my streams. I forgot about it because I'm an idiot. She didn't go into detail about what those atrocities might be, but her cold yet shaken voice made it seem as though she personally witnessed him in the act. Her words were strangely convincing. May I ask what he has done in the past? Mother's silence seemed to be her way of refusing. That bad? So if he is so evil, why are you exchanging letters with him?
私とあいつはお互いの利益のために利用し合っている関係だから冷たく聞こえるだろうけど、そこにあなたが想像するような信仰や情は一切ないわ。でもこの言葉もあなたは鵜呑みにすることを良しとしないのでしょうね。
I'm sorry.
明るくなっても謝る癖があるのは変わらないわね。シアンにも頭を下げてばかりなの？
Now that you mention it, I'm not sure. I forgot what I... Okay. Well, by Gilf I meant Scien, and unfortunately we can't date Saloma here. Though, if it was a Yuri visual novel, I definitely would be interested. Should I actually play some Yuri visual novel? I'm not sure. I definitely will play some yaoi visual novels in the future, but Yuri? It's worth thinking about. Now that you mention it, I'm not sure.
なら今からでも気を引き締めて、あいつに侮られないようにしないと。
Yes, she is pretty. Which meant you're not going to stop me from working with Scien?
結局、拒否権はないでしょうし、今さらごねたところで、かえって不審がられるでしょうからね。ただし、私の警告自体は決して忘れないでちょうだい。万が一にもあいつがあなたを死神と見て興味を持ち始めたら、私たちのことは構わず、どこかへ身を隠すこと。
But I'm not into that at all. What exactly do you mean, Club? If you don't mind me asking. Yes. I was happy that I was finally able to talk to Mother and get through to her about what I had been doing, but... well, okay. I haven't played many Yuri visual novels. Just a few, I'll be honest. Just a few. And none of them were about... Well, they had some romance, of course. Yuri and Yoi, but they were either story-centered, for example, detective-centered, as Flowers series. Mm, and when it comes to yaoi, okay, I've played a lot of that shit. A lot of that shit. It definitely has some really interesting titles I know about. Also, a significant portion of these titles are deeply disturbing. Somewhat that game level of disturbing, and even more sometimes. For example, if we'll think about Slow Damage, and generally Nitra Blues boys love games. They are really harsh. Really harsh. But it just happens that I have encountered more yaoi visual novels with the premise and the plot that got me interested. That got me starting playing it. I was happy that I was finally able to talk to Mother and get through to her about what I had been doing, but why would she tell me to go into hiding? Well, while I generally appreciate romance stories, I kinda like romance. I don't really. I'm not used and not often can like the story that is purely and entirely about romance. I returned to my room and sat on the bed. Mother's stern words still echoed in my mind. I wonder what kind of bad things he did. Maybe performing autopsies like before? Or maybe he treats the commoners badly, like the royal family and the royal guard? Or is it something worse? Anku's pressing words came to mind. And I continued to be plagued by doubts, and my suspicion toward him grew. Of course, not to the extent that I was concerned for my immediate safety. I'm a really tolerant person, says Club. Not because I like differences that much, but instead I dislike bigotry. I don't know if I'm tolerant or not. I guess I don't give a shit about people in just right amount to be indifferent about it, and I don't think anyone should be, world in general or other people should be the way I want them to be, nor do I want them to be any specific way. So it may come off as a tolerance. In fact, it's not even something to tolerate. People are people. They are who they are. I'd prefer to accept them as a matters of fact, as a part of reality around me, I guess. But yeah. Then again, I wasn't quite sure how I should approach him the next time I saw him. For no real reason, I hugged the lab coat that Scien gave to me that day. The lab coat was too large for me to wear, so I tailored it to fit me. It's so like Scien to give me something within his reach instead of going to the trouble of ordering a new one. Still, I didn't really mind what he did. He had saved countless people in this country from the inevitable invisible threat of the curse. Scien also looked at what I did and evaluated me without any bias. If Scien were here in front of me, he would probably just tell me that he only gave me his honest evaluation, but I don't want to replace my gratitude toward him with suspicion. And here I would like you to join me in having a short break. 5 to 10 minutes. Please treat yourself with something, have a sip of drink, stretch, visit toilet, take care of your bodily needs. Again, if you have some sort of medication or supplements or something else to take, do so. And in 10 minutes, I will be back. And I hope you will be back as well. And here I am. I am back. Back I am. Back I am. Sorry. Are you here? Klopp? Lost Heart? What did I want? I wanted to know this. I spent 1 diamond to cast revive on your internet. Also, hello again, Pipey. Thank you for staying there. Lost Heart, are you here? Well, sorry. Unable to come to terms with my own feelings.
その考え方は俺も間違ってないと思うよ。
Yeah, I understand. I don't know what will be with my internet tomorrow. Because, well, I'll see someone else tomorrow. And he is in Moscow. So, you probably can imagine. And I'm not going to die so far. My dimension is but just about to begin yet. A few days later, with my leave over, I headed to the institute when I met Eve along the way. He listened to my concerns and responded to me with a nod and words of support. But I also know that it's not good for me to disregard Mother's and Adolphus' concerns. Well, typical priest. Do you prefer transfer someone's life rather than spend a diamond? Таки что вы с этого хотели? Eve, from what I just told you, what do you think about Scien?
俺はシアンさんともまだ付き合いが短いから何とも言えないね。でもさ、何もそこまで深く考える必要はないんじゃないかな。シアンさんはほら、自分は善人じゃないってことを公言してるような人でしょ。だから彼が善人か悪人かなんて君が答えを出す必要はないと思うんだよね。だってもう他ならぬ本人が答えを口にしてるんだからさ。
You've chuckled at my surprise.
それにシアンさんなら仮に後ろめたいことをしてても自分から堂々と宣言してくれそうだと思わない？
Meanwhile, I'm holding back from ruining the game wealth economy. Congratulations, Lost Heart. How do you feel about staining your blade with cyber blood for the first time? And thank you for your assistance. Я получил власть, которая и не снилась моему отцу. Sorry. I was taken aback by Eve's opinion. Come now, even Scien would never do such a thing. I mean, I guess I could imagine him doing that. I chuckled at his joking tone. There was another way of looking at things. Just as Eve said, I might not fully trust Scien now, but I was getting to know him better than before.
もちろんシアンさんが本当に人として許されない罪を犯しているなら、ただ具体性やそれを証明する手段が欠けている以上、むやみに疑ったり探る方がずっと危険だと思うよ。だからとりあえずはシアンさんにはまだ知らない一面があるんだなっていう心構え程度に留めておいたらどうかな。
Do you mean blood, money, and fabricate combination? Economy will recover eventually, though I'm not entirely sure, knowing Club, but Dungeon Master may not. Aside, I don't know. Eve's advice sank into my heart. If I listened to him, it would also be following Mother's advice as well. Thinking about it further, I don't know Scien well enough to defend or denounce him. Thank you very much, Eve. I feel a lot better now. I think I can get back to working for Scien again. I would say that Eve is the second smartest character out of our love interests in that game. The next after the Scien. However, he chose to remain stupid. But you'll see it in his route. Eve smiled brightly in response. To show him my thanks, I gave him a few of the sandwiches I prepared for the day. With a slightly lighter basket of sandwiches in hand, I walked to the institute in Chernival. I showed my pass to the guards and nodded as I went through the familiar gate. I opened the door to Scien's room, expecting the place to be in utter shambles after my 2-day absence. What I saw didn't surprise me at all. Still, it wasn't as dusty or as littered with crumbs as before. The room somehow maintained some semblance of being a laboratory. The fact that the door was unlocked meant the owner of the room was inside. Scien? I called out quietly in case he was in the middle of something. Huh? Instead of a reply, I heard an unearthly sound coming from the floor. Okay. He's an asshole, but he has his charms. It'd be like that sometimes, indeed. We be like that sometimes.
どれだけ同色のピースを用意しようが無駄だ。外枠さえ揃えばこっちのもの。
It was a raspy sort of laughter. I looked cautiously and saw Scien picking up pieces of something from the floor. He was connecting the pieces one by one, matching up the curved edges. What is this? My curiosity couldn't be contained. held my breath. With each piece Scien connected, a large picture of vibrant colors began to take shape before my eyes. What is that? Can it be made into any image? No. He must be creating a picture using these colored pieces. I stared, mesmerized by the sight. Then,
ああ、お前か。豊島がごねるかと思ったが、存外早く戻ってきたな。
like you probably remember, says Claude, blood money damaged character strength, and there we'd be like, wizard has 7 strength. What can he do with this? And then I recalled relatively cheap alchemical muscle growth, which allows you to postpone strength damage 1 point by 1 round instead of taking it in one shot. I do remember that scheme. Lost Heart says, he looks evil when he is trying to be flirty. Red flags everywhere. He is going to cheat on her with everyone and their mama. No, but the only reason why he wouldn't is because he would see it as too much of a bother. Scien, who had been focused on his activity, turned to address me. Yes. Thank you very much for allowing me to take some time off. But Scien, what is you doing there? Scien didn't dismiss my curious question.
ジグソーパズルだ。
A jigsaw? I had never heard of it before.
1枚の絵を無数のピースに分解し、再び同じ状態に組み立て直すという国外で生まれた娯楽だ。元はクロード家が翻訳した国外の書に記されていたものでな。製本の職人に作らせ時間を見つけては気分転換として組み立てている。
Her mom is worth the effort though, adds Lost Heart, and I'm, as well as Club, are totally agree. Not that it justifies cheating, but still. Never mind. Which meant, so this is a hobby of yours.
そう呼べるものはこれぐらいしかない。
It was surprising to hear. Sorry. The inventors were amazing. That's amazing. It's like magic. So the people who live outside of this country not only live a long time, but they also have the freedom to think of such a wonderful form of entertainment. Does that mean we could create something like this if we had the same kind of lifespan as those outside?
さすがに寿命の長短など意識はしていないだろうが、無意識下での影響程度ならあるかもしれんな。ただの思いつきにしては面白い意見だ。
My longing gaze lingered on the unfinished puzzle. Scien, I promise I won't get in your way, so would you mind if I stayed next to you and watch you complete the puzzle?
パズルを崩したり紛失した瞬間、有無を言わさず叩き出すぞ。
Taking that as permission, I knelt by his side to see the completion of the image he was putting together. I stared at Scien's hand as he put together the pieces one by one. Each time he found the right piece. It scared me a little when Scien laughed eerily all by himself. But I was more curious to see what kind of picture would result from his work. So the pieces I kept finding scattered across the room were puzzle pieces. I mumbled quietly to not break his focus. I'm glad I didn't throw away these beautiful pieces of art.
まあ、それがお前を駒使いに選んだ理由だからな。
Scien responded nonchalantly as he kept his eyes on the puzzle. Huh? What do you mean? Surprised, I looked up and fixed my eyes on Scien's face. Scien also stopped with a piece in hand.
そのままの意味だ。知らないものからすれば、このパズルのピースはゴミにしか見えんだろう。それが原因でダハトたちに勝手に捨てられることが今までにも多々あってな。
I see. So the personal belongings that Scien spoke about before were his pieces.
だがその点お前は違う。お前は見てくれだけでこれらを不要と独断せず、すべてを紛失させずに保管。さらにはすべてのピースを磨き上げてみせた。
Scien turned over one of the shiny black puzzle pieces between his fingers.
お前が去った後、それに気づいた俺は確信したわけだ。共同生活中の振る舞いといい、あの娘はやはり他者の領域を踏み荒らすような度胸は持ち合わせていない。ずうずうしい人間を厭う俺にとっては実に都合のいい存在だ。とな。
He's such an asshole. He went on to say that was the reason he used his position to make me work for him. Scien said it matter-of-factly, without any sign of guilt. So that was it. He was exactly as Eve said he was. He can. He is serious. I couldn't help but smile at the unexpected reason for my employment. Scien raised his brow, probably not expecting my reaction.
何がおかしい？
I'm sorry, just... A lot of people have complimented for how well I've cleaned, but most of them never notice the details, and if they do, they don't mention them. So your feedback made me happy. I knew it. The reason I didn't throw the pieces away was that I was afraid of being scolded for discarding things without your permission. So I'm glad my cowardice helped you in some way.
煽りがいのない女だ。
It's a bad ending that has a bad beginning too, says Lost. Kinda.
だが無用な世話を焼かれるよりはいい。せいぜい今後も失望させてくれるなよ。
Right, I'll do my best. My cheeks warmed with joy. Am I crazy to be pleased that he called me convenient? Seeing my reaction...
開けろ。手のひらを開けろと言っている。
Huh? Like this? I revealed my palm to Scien. I barely caught it. One of the pieces Scien was holding fell onto the palm of my hand.
そこまで興味があるのなら、試しに1ピースはめてみるか？
No, says Lost. She's acting like me when I was 17. Poor Lost. And yeah, she's 18. Not much of a difference. Although I wonder what did you came through before you've been 17? And what made you that way? Sorry. Huh? Are you sure?
構わんから許可している。
Thank you very much. I wanted to give it a try since I first saw you working on it.
おもちゃを前にした子供か。
He's the one to talk. I carefully held the piece between my fingers and followed Scien's example from before. I looked over the entire puzzle. Over here?
違う、強引に押し込もうとするな。もっと色合いや模様を意識しろ。
And yeah, also you're not deaf, and we like you. Quite a lot. You're likable. Yeah, it's a regular puzzle. Color and design? I mean, that's what we call a regular puzzle. They all look the same.
観察眼のないやつめ。ヒントとして大まかな範囲は教えてやるから、あとは自分で考えろ。
Okay, I'll do my best. One second. I wanted to check on something. And I don't understand it. But it's fine. Probably just my Twitch slightly malfunctioning. And misbehaving and betraying my trust. I couldn't forget the soft click from placing the piece in the right place. From what I heard, this particular puzzle was made up of 3,000 pieces. Scien wouldn't be able to complete it within a day, even with his talent. So we wrapped up the day by leaving that puzzle in place, secured on one of the small shelves in the room. I'm glad I listened to Eve and didn't try to assume he was a bad person. I feel a little closer to him than before. Come to think of it, that was the first conversation I had with him that wasn't about work. It was also the first time Scien actually praised me directly. I wondered where that piece would appear in the final picture, as I imagined the result of the puzzle.
おや、セレス君。
Lucas, are you on your way back?
ええ、ここの道をまっすぐに行った先、北区にある施設での訪問授業を。
A lesson? That reminds me of what mother told me. I heard you've been leaving the orphanage a little earlier than usual. You usually spend time chatting with mother afterward. Club says. Also, there was a funny conversation between me and the DM. As you may remember, there is some busted rules about magical traps, with which you could make infinitely cast any spell. Besides totally understandable craving to make infinite trap of cure light wounds, with a little bit of time, bother and expensive components, you could totally make an infinite trap that produces or alters something real. Masterwork transformation, full pouch grade armaments, though it's busted on its own. And it seems that my chat kinda emotionless about seeing Lucas again. Have you been very busy? Lucas nodded with a troubled expression.
ブローの件が解決するまで各施設での授業を控えていましたから、どの施設でも 授業がやや遅れていまして、それを取り戻すために毎日数箇所での授業を行っているんです。
You sound very busy, but I'm sure the children must be very happy to see you so often.
だとしたら嬉しいのですが、そういう君もここ最近施設で姿を見かけませんでしたね。
I'm actually working outside the orphanage now, so I haven't been around much.
なるほど、そうでしたか。いささか心配ですが、君が積極的に外出できるようになったのなら。
Lucas probably had no intention of asking who I was working for, evident by his gentle smile. Personally speaking, there was no reason for me to give the information hidden. He was as concerned as mother was when it came to his students. I really didn't want to burden him more than he already was, so I decided to keep things simple, unless he asked me directly, which is good.
ああ、そうだ。君は確かたびたびサロメさんにセルネボルへの手紙配達を任されていましたね。急ぎの用事がない限り、しばらくはあの区域に近づかない方がよろしいかと。
He looked in the direction of my workplace, the institute.
近所の噂で聞き及んだのですが、何でも変死事件とブローによる被害者のうち、身元が判明している方の一部遺族たちが、ろくに対応をしなかった近衛兵に怒りを示し、近いうちに抗議活動を起こすつもりなのだとか。
I really want to started that D&D session I've been preparing last. I think I will force myself and it will happen in nearest couple of weeks. I'm sorry for dragging it for too long. I'm deeply sorry, Last. Club says, and I hit the character cap. Anyway, my GM's was completely justified and fair to say about Cure Light Wounds. Infinite trap that it was busted and completely invalidated once. But what if I created something of 5th level or higher? That again falls for the GM decision about custom crafting. Anything outside or pre-generated items, spells, everything you can hypothetically create. All of that is custom crafting. She is.
遠回しに王族への批判も兼ねるつもりなようで、もし実行されたら非常に騒がしいことになるかと。
Protests? Something like what the Society of Exorcists does?
それよりもいささか縮小した程度でしょうか。あの王族を敵に回すことの意味は、この国に住まう者なら誰でも理解しているでしょうし、教団の抗議活動と比べれば人数は穏健かつ微々たるものでしょう。
I nodded in acknowledgement. The Royal Guard base was located near the Institute and the castle. In other words, the researchers who aren't protesting might get caught up just by being within striking distance.
全くです。私も自宅が研究所と隣接しているシュディに近いので、人事ではなくてともあれ大事には至らないと思いますが、念には念を入れて君も巻き込まれないよう耳に入れておこうと思いまして。
I understand. Thank you for letting me know. Please be careful. Lucas. We continued our conversation. Since it had been a while since we last saw each other, he ended up walking me quite a distance until we were near the orphanage.
あれ、今のって仕事帰りのセレスさんと彼女の教師だっていうリュカさんでしたっけ？ふーん。なんだかとっても仲が良さげですけど。一体どういうご関係なんでしょうね。幻想的な美形同士、ああして並んでるところを見るとなんだかお似合いかもなんて。
一体そいつとはどういう関係なんだ？といった具合に嫉妬の真似事でもすれば満足か？
Upon returning to the institute, the hut tried to get a rise out of Scien. No avail. The hut is sweet.
少しぐらいはイラッとしたり取り乱してくれるかなって思ってたのに、ああ、シアンさんが恋愛感情にでも目覚めてくれればこっちに引き込めるのにな。
本人を前にしてよく言うな。
気づかれているのに隠しても意味ありませんからね。でも真面目なお話、彼女のことはどう思ってるんです？シアンさんが自分からお世話係を雇いたいなんて言い出すの、僕初めて聞きましたよ。
お前も含め今までが大概だっただけだ。確かに俺はあれの気質と仕事ぶりをそれなりに評価している。だがそれはあくまで人材として、お前が望むような感情を向ける予定は今もこれからもない。
あ、なんだか僕が尋ねたせいで告白してもいないのに彼女が失恋したような雰囲気に、なんだか妙な罪悪感。
The hut looked at Scien with a serious expression.
彼女が尽くしてくれるのを当然のこととして受け取らない方がいいですよ。シアンさんのことだから。お世話してもらってもありがとうの一言すら伝えてないんでしょ。
何を言うかと思えばそんな話か。言われなくとも腕飾りの弁償とはまた別に労働への相応の対価は払う予定になっている。待遇としては十分に整っているはずだ。
そういうことじゃなくて心理的な問題と言いますか。
I like the stars being put in his phrases, says Club, so much. It almost has the energy I put when timing to my students. You fucking idiots. Heart. I'm a student myself, don't worry. Sounded as if I was a teacher, sorry. It's fine. And well, when I've been a student, I've been tutoring. So I had my students while being a student. Also, a lot of students are working as a tutors for schoolers, for school students.
部下の気力ややる気を維持させてあげることもいい上司の条件ってことですよ。日頃の感謝を込めて贈り物をするとか、いつもとは違う業務を割り振って気分転換をさせてあげるとか、いろいろあるでしょ。研究員ならシアンさんの持つ才能とそれに向けられる尊敬によって御すことができるでしょうけど、彼女はあくまで一般人なんですから。
面倒くさい。
はあ、もういいです。そんなに彼女から愛想をつかされたいのならどうぞご自由に。
Klopp definitely has the mental capability to do tutoring on the side, but I'm not sure about stamina resource and often time resource. Also, hello, Chio. I didn't expect you to come, but I'm really glad to see you here. Hi. How was your stream? I forgot what you've been streaming today. Tomodachi Live? Oof. Okay. Hello? Hello, new viewers. Sorry, I'm not quite used to the rates so far. My name is Aparsin. Here you can see my new model. Oh, you worked on your game. It's good. I can't wait for see it finished. Or to be precise, I can wait, but I don't want to wait less rather than more. Right now, I'm playing visual novel called Scien no Virche Era Salvation, which is a really grim, really dark otome visual novel with a couple of charming characters, a couple of asshole characters, such as Scien Brofiise, who is right now on the left side of the screen and who is right now our love interest. And I hope you'll enjoy your stay here if you will prefer to stay here. How are you feeling in general, Gio? How is Johnny? I didn't hear from him for quite a long time. I couldn't even cry Johnny in your chat, which is saddening. Well, I don't know if he has interest or time to do so, but just want him to know that he can pop in whenever he'd wish to, and he's always appreciated. And he will also appreciate it even if he won't pop in, because Johnny is a sweet bun. And you're a sweet caffeine-addicted wizard. He grumbled about how he finally found the right hire, only to be bothered about it. Scien then remembered his many subordinates who couldn't keep up with his pace and left the institute. No, don't force him. I mean, only if he wants. It's totally up to his will and desire. But just want you to know that you both are appreciated here, as everyone else who comes from you. Because I know that you're sweet, and Johnny is sweet, and your community is sweet. And I know that for sure because I've been a part of that community for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, which is quite a lot of time. I'm a well-fermented bean, you know. Scien then remembered how many subordinates who couldn't keep up with his pace and left the institute.
まあ参考程度に記憶に留めておくか。
He etched what he heard into his brain. He then shook his head and changed the subject.
そんなことよりも、お前の研究の方はどうなっている、ダハト。
Speaking of YouTube, after I'll finish with that VN, I will play another one, a very short one. And when I'll finish that second one VN, I didn't decide it entirely, but I guess I may start playing Art on Elico to share our cult and spread it all across the internet. Hello, Johnny. Thank you for coming. Of course, I will spread a good word to you. Who you take me for? I'll spread the word and song of Hemos across the lands and sides. How was your day, Johnny? I don't know. Can I give a shout out to... shout out... this. Well, that sounds nice. I mean, you know that I love your wife gushing. Sorry for missing the last stream. Generally being rare these days. Life keeps me busy and yeah. But I'm glad to pop in when opportunity arises and rant a little bit with you and with you. And again, thank you for coming. It's really heartwarming.
順調も順調ですよ。この調子なら次の学会でシアンさんの度肝を抜くことだって不可能じゃ。
今なら撤回を許してやる。
You're so sweet. You're such a nice couple. I'm really glad to know you, and it's a big luck, a big success for me that I accidentally stumbled upon Chio's channel several years ago. When you've been just a small, tiny streamer, Chio, and now you grow such a big girl. Yeah. I do remember back in my time. Things were different, yeah.
ごめんなさい。見え張りました。僕ら第一班は去年から特に進展なしです。
I'm proud of you too. And Chu, while you may be unknown in the vast waters of Internet Sea, but you're quite someone for those who know you. And I assume that you have even a brighter future ahead of you, which is nice and heartwarming. Damn, I didn't expect you all to come. It's so nice and thank you. And Chu, I'm serious. You're a very productive and active artist. You're developing nice game. I can say it because I've seen the progress. I've read your, how's it called properly, webtoon, comic, I'm not sure the right word, but I've read it and I can say that you're good at storytelling and story composing, making a structure for a tale, creating characters. You're a nice streamer and your brain rot is such a sweet entertainment. Don't be sorry. I'm glad I read it. Speaking of, since you're here, and since you're an artist, first of all, I can show you my model, what I have in it, expression as I have, such as that one, base expression, or such as that one, which I use when I'm especially tired or when characters in game or someone in my chat being an idiot. Right? Or that one, which is indeed a smug or mischievous one. Something that suits my personality sometimes, I guess. Or that one, which is nice and sweet. And also that one for especially spicy scenes and appropriate moments. So I'd be curious to hear your opinion, given that you're an artist and productive and nice one. It will be interesting to hear from me, because that's my model. And it will be also perhaps interesting and helpful to hear for... Sorry. Interesting and helpful to hear for the artist behind, who is actually here and whose profile you can check, because I gave the credentials in the description of my channel. You're not forced to, but you're encouraged to. Scien squinted his eyes as if he knew.
お前がこだわるメモリーの強化の研究はここ10年以上目立った研究成果がない。今まではお前の能力と功績を考慮し見逃してきたが、それにも限度がある。この1年以内に成果を出さなければ本格的に第一版の取り潰しを検討するぞ。
I'm glad and appreciate you saying this because, well, I trust your opinion generally as a viewer, as a human being, and master of beings, and as an artist, because given the first part, I think you would treat it and evaluate it fairly, and given the second part, I believe you have knowledge, experience, view, width of your view enough and proper to evaluate it. Sorry? I also like it a lot. And I need to say that the artist had a really hard time dealing with me because I'm a person with bad visual imagination and it's not that I had a big issues with expressing my request. It's rather than artist had a big issue with understanding me. But as you can see, the final work is something I enjoy quite a lot and something other people also enjoyed, which warms my heart. Thank you again.
わかってますよ、そんなことを。
The heart pouted. He knew his research area was a niche subject at the Institute. He also knew the funds received for that research weren't out of pure goodwill.
はあ、それこそシアンさんが手を貸してくれればすぐにでも進展するんですけどね。
何を好き好んで疎ましい感情を継続させる手伝いなんぞしなければならん。
They did get along, but their values and ideas were at opposing ends.
だハト、早いところ俺の元についてリライバー技術者としての本分を果たせ。この国に必要なのは感情などではなく効率。高性能な器を迅速に生産し、有益に使い捨てるための研究だ。
その意見ももっともですね。でもまだ時間があるならギリギリのギリギリまで抵抗させてもらいます。
By the way, Chu, if you're still here, there is something I'm curious about. Aside from Art and Elika, because it's something I've already mentioned and something I knew about long before I asked you, like in general as a viewer potential, is there something you would like to see on my streams? Be it a game series or a game in particular, or in general some sort of improvement. And yes, the hut is surprisingly relatable and sweet. My favorite Oji-san.
僕とシアンさんはいわゆる人でなし同士ですが、僕はまだもう少しだけ人間寄りでいたいので。
The hut smiled playfully, as if to say he wouldn't back down. I wonder if we can date the hut in the sequel. I haven't played the sequel yet. The next day.
おい、あの娘がねえの。
所長がダハトさん以外の部下、それも女を引き連れて歩くなんて。
I looked down at the floor as I ignored the stares of the institute staff. Scien? I don't think it's a really good idea for me to follow you into the laboratories. I definitely did not belong. I couldn't think of how to react as I hunched over in response to the glaring from all around. As I cowered behind his back, Scien boldly proceeds to the hallways, leading to the joint laboratory.
散々この部屋を出入りしておきながら何を今さら。
Chiu says, improvement-wise, honestly not much. A lot of people, big first hurdle with streaming is talking and interacting with chat, and you're doing great there. I'm glad you think so. I was fairly worried on that aspect, but it's nice to hear that I'm doing a decent job. I'm trying. I'm really trying.
共同研究室などよりも俺の部屋に保管されている資料やデータの方がよほど貴重だぞ。
But
俺の補助をするとそう申し出たのはお前だろう。それともあれは口先だけか。
Not at all. I meant what I said.
なら黙ってついてこい。
He's such a smug bastard. Wait. I chased after Scien as he strode even faster down the hallway. I guess mischievous face would suit Scien route better. I walked through the door into a bright room. Before my eyes was a place that looked like a different world. Phantasmal even. But the place still felt strangely unnatural.
ここが共同研究室。誓約書に基づき死亡した人間をリライバーとして蘇らせるための施設だ。
So this is the place. Despite the message relayed in advance to researchers, it must have been strange for them to see a commoner like me in here. Club says, I think we started from you being unsure about interacting with audience, and yeah, all you needed was a little bit of practice. Sophia Barda, Johnny says, the scariest thing is talking to the void, even when chat's quiet. You kind of just gotta keep going. And Lost says that I improved a lot. Well, I'm glad you think that I improved a lot. I wouldn't say that it's so much about practice, though practice definitely helped. I also took some advices and feedback from my viewers, trying to somewhat implement them. Well, I'd say I still had a long way ahead of me. Also, I need to say that to a large extent it's thanks to my chat, to you club for an example, and to others for keeping me company and letting me having someone to interact with and to talk with. Chiu says, but when it comes to games, I always say focus on what you already love or are genuinely curious about. Always playing the new hot game everyone else is playing just puts you in competition with a huge pool of streamers. If you focus on games you love, people who also love them will come to you and connect more with you. Well, I generally don't even consider hot new games because what are actually hot new games these days? I don't know. But I had no intention of competing with a huge pool of big streamers, since where am I, where are they? It's just different way categories. And asking you, I deeply doubt you would request some sort of hot new game. You'd more likely to request some sort of obscure JRPG or something like this.
I could even play the Fate games for you, so you wouldn't have to.
Though I guess it would be too inhumane toward me. You wouldn't go that far. I'm not going to play it again. But, well, if you will request, I may. Despite the message relayed in advance to the researchers, it must have been strange for them to see a commoner like me in here. As if the researchers staring meant nothing, Scien signaled me to follow after him. We headed toward a large ring of light with panels floating about. We stood in front of a large stone slate with lights displaying mysterious glyphs. It's so pretty. I was expecting to find myself in a room filled with drugs, tanks, and more, like I had seen drawn in many books.
リライバー技術を直に見るのは初めてか?
That much you can expect from me, because I'm a sucker for atomic games. I love them. I have that part in me about somewhat associating myself with a female protagonist looking with interested on cute 2D boys. Guilty as charged. And, well, it's generally something I know about. I just played a lot of them. Also, maybe I'll play some of the Ryukishi games. Well, so far right now the only Ryukishi visual novel I'm planning to some way start here is Rose Guns Days. Definitely not Higurashi, definitely not Umineko. But Rose Guns Days, yeah. It would be nice. Also, damn, I forgot his name. What was his name? Yeah. You probably know Yoshitoshi Abe, right, Chio? Yoshitoshi Abe, mangaka, artist, like Haibane Renmei, Lane, some other works, right? Yeah, so the next visual novel, it will be a really short, like 5 to 6 hours at most, I think, visual novel I'll be playing. Will be Yoshitoshi Abe illustrated visual novel. And it's quite unknown. So if you don't mind, I'll specifically warn you when it comes to this. Is this the first time you've seen a reliver? Yes. I've never seen reliver technology in action before.
そうか。なら一連の流れを説明する必要がありそうだが、まあそれはおいおいでいい。
That visual novel is actually quite interesting, like that one, because A, it is illustrated by Yoshitoshi Abe. B, it is actually a video gamification of the first volume of light novel, and good light novel, not isekai type light novel, good light novel, and it is developed by Nitro Plus. So for me, it sounds like a good combination.
お前には今日一日ここで俺の補助に専念してもらう。とは言ってもやることはいつもと変わらん。研究員に割り振るでもない細々とした雑用ばかりだ。
Lost says, damn, Higurashi was one of my favorites. Do you mean the visual novel or the anime? And, well, what can I say? Oh. Understood. I guess I can handle that. But you've only had me take care of cleaning your room. So why this now?
「部下の気力ややる気を維持させてあげることもいい上司の条件ってことですよ。日頃の感謝を込めて贈り物をするとか、いつもとは違う業務を割り振って気分転換をさせてあげるとか、いろいろあるでしょ。
別に特に理由はない。
Okay. It's kind of funny seeing him being a little bit of tsundere. Then again, I doubt this is a place I can enter without having a good reason. A short while later, Scien began giving commands to his subordinates stationed around the area. I stood a couple steps behind Scien and watched everything take place.
今日はバージョンアップしたシステムによる新規リライバー量産テストを丸1日かけて行う予定になっている。実験が始まったら俺は手を離せん。この施設についてわからないことがあれば今のうちに聞いておけ。
And Lost says that she is his biggest hater. And while we all hate him as a boyfriend, because he's an asshole, he's an utter asshole. But as a person, he's still an asshole. As a boss, he is okay. And as a character I like him. And he's funny.
ああ、大量の数字が羅列されている光の柱のことか。
Sadly, we need to go figure out dinner, but I'll be lurking here. Hope you have a lovely rest of stream. It was lovely to catch up to you. Catch up with you. Well, of course, take care of dinner. I'll hope you have a nice one. Thank you for coming. It is really heartwarming and nice, and I'm glad to see you. And Johnny, of course, Johnny. Take care, and thank you for lurking. Yes, it's really fascinating and strange with all the zeros at once.
あれはバックアップされた人間の記憶を保管するための専用サーバーだ。厳密に言えば数値に変換された人間の記憶をだがな。
Is it possible to store thousands of memories in such a small pillar of light with just numbers?
サーバーから見れば人間一人分のデータなど砂一粒にも満たないサイズだ。数万人、数十万人ならまだしも、この国の人口程度で容量がオーバーすることは絶対にありえん。
This really felt like some kind of fantasy. I should also ask, what in that back room?
あれは被験体の脳から記憶を引き出すための装置が設置されている隔離室だ。
I only see a large device and some seats. How does it work?
この特殊なヘッドギアを用いる。
Scien slid his fingers across a stone slate to display a picture of a heavy-looking lump. He opened another screen and began to explain.
生物の記憶というものは脳内部の海馬、大脳皮質という部位にファイルされていることは知っているな。
Hippocampus, a part of the brain that retains memories and affects spatial cognition. It's an utter oversimplification, but okay. Cerebral cortex, the outermost layer of the brain that controls and processes emotion, senses, memories, and thoughts. Okay, also work though. I could say something about both of these, but it would take yet another lecture. We don't have time for this right now.
それを前提として話を進めるぞ。
Weak electric signals run throughout the human mind and body to make the person function. First, the living original wears special headgear. Next, unique signals are sent to the brain. They strengthen the electric signals known as synapses, running through parts. Okay, I'll rant about it a little bit later. Running through the parts of the brain. The process makes it easier to transmit memories through the hippocampus and the cerebral cortex. Another electric signal is sent immediately after. This establishes a route to the frontal lobe. From there, memories are extracted and saved into the memory server located at the center of this room. Memory server, a place where people's memories are backed up to be used when they become relivers. To summarize, you're controlling the electric current running through the brain to save memories. And yay, we have 69 followers, which is handy.
そういうことだ。あとはオリジナルが死亡次第、作成したクローン体にその記憶をダウンロードすれば作業は完了だな。
I somehow kept up with Scien's explanation. I learned about how it generally works in class, but looking at the actual place is just overwhelming. Okay, listen here. So first, what really irritated me, synapses are not electric signals that are running throughout our brain. Synapses is indeed a crucial part of the nervous system and the way it works, but it is a form of connection between two parts of different neurons, different brain cells, specifically neurons, because brain has other cells than neurons. And this connection establishes the possibility of signal transduction. Synapse does not run throughout your brain. It allows transduction of a signal running by one neuron to another neuron, so it will possibly continue running away there. Synapses are working via chemical receptor reaction, and it actually has something to do with the next lecture I will have on that channel. I don't know when yet, but my next lecture will be dedicated to the membrane potential, and it is a crucial topic for understanding how that very signal is created on the most basic level, and how exactly it is transducted further. You need to know that it has something to do not only with neurons, but also with muscle cells, with gland cells, secreting something into our blood or into our cavities. But yeah, it's something I will tell about you one day. For those interested, says Klopp, at this point we can't even hope to fully digitalize human brain memory. It seems like so many assumptions are needed just to suppose the possibility of such a transfer. Is reading and fully analyzing the brain technically achievable? Is it possible to transfer such a structure to a technical simulation? Will we truly obtain not just a reliable model, but the real thing? And only then do we move to the entire ethical implication. I may have interpreted some text so feel free to correct me. No, that all is accurate. And also aside of ethical, we have ontological and epistemological implications and complications. Like how we distinct simulation reliable model from the real thing. Is real thing exists to begin with? And so on and so on. Though, at the same time, I'd say we can assume it is possible without being sure that it is possible on any of these levels. Humans are allowed to assume. The technology seems to be a gift from God.
理解したか？では実験を開始する。まずはバージョンアップしたシステムを用いて2体生産だ。 各自速やかに配置につけ。
はっ。
As Scien's voice echoed, the researchers immediately took action. What about me?
お前の仕事はこれからだ。指示を飛ばすまで見学でもしていろ。
Okay. I took a few steps back and watched Scien from behind. Scien and me put distance between us. Scien raised his palm above the stone slate.
指紋、生体、遺伝子、セキュリティの認証を開始。クリア最高責任者シアン・ブロフィバーズの名のもとにリライバー生産システムを起動します。
Suddenly, the server and light disappeared, and a large egg-like capsule appeared. Inside the capsule were small bubbles, rising lazily to the top, making popping sounds.
管理コード6845790。体細胞から遺伝子を含んだ核の抽出成功。
まずはこっちによこせ。シミュレーションと同時に遺伝子配列を確認。異常があればこちらで編集する。
はい。更新システムの反映を確認。全データ送信完了しました。
Scien read the letters and numbers scrolling at incredible speeds on the floating display.
試験通り、前のバージョンより体細胞分裂の速度が上がっているな。まあひとまずはこんなものか。遺伝子配列や染色体にも問題はない。俺からは特に手を入れずに、そのまま続行する。おい、ダハトは王族の接待で遅れるのだったか。ならそこの第一班所属、あいつの代理としてメモリーの形成の経過観察を行え。
はい。ですが所長、副所長が提出したメモリーの容量増加の処理は
検証もない未完成の研究を組み込むわけがないだろうが、余計なことは考えず俺の指示に従え。
了解しました。
クローン生成進行率 67%、 脳の生成完了、メモリーの生成完了、最大容量に変化なし、クローン体と記憶の適合を確認。このまま全データのダウンロードを実行しますか？
What exactly do you want to fight him about, Last?
許可する。
He quickly gave his command, and in an instant, the capsule at the center began to shine brightly.
眼球をやられるぞ。それが嫌なら目を閉じろ。
Scien raised his arm up and blocked my eyes. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a heart beating. Not inside me, but outside. A miracle? No. It was a gifted scientist who crystallized the essence of an egg, the center of all life. This was a life created by human hands. A person was born without a cry, in clear water similar to amniotic fluid. Time passed as more survivors were born. The 4 women were dropped in sheets and led outside to the examination room to assess the condition of their new bodies. That should do. I was cleaning up the floor littered with broken shards from the capsule. These don't feel like glass. I wonder what they're made of. The shards were all rather large, and I wondered whether ease of cleanup was considered in its design. The liquid that gushed out of the capsule evaporated the moment it came into contact with air. I reflected with awe on how mysterious reliable technology really was.
それでどうだった？
Huh?
感想だ。リライバーが生まれる瞬間を見たのは初めてなんだろ？
Well, also, I will need a really short break. Just give me a couple of minutes. Literally a couple of minutes and I'll be back. Sorry. Some bodily needs. And I'm back. Sorry for making you wait. But, well, you know.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I was aspired to the purity of the blessed machine.
Yeah. Well, wait. Did I say? Yeah, I saved it. The sight was overwhelming. I suppose that's the result of humans creating miracles with their own hands.
エクソシスト教団からすればその奇跡は神への反逆あるいは生命への冒涜らしいがな
Well, I guess I could say that, depending on how you look at things. But at the very least, it's true that you've accomplished something godlike by growing life.
数ヶ月程度で開発した技術が神の偉業か
Well, it just proves how gifted you are, Scien. I heard a few employees clear their throat to remind us of their presence. I'm so sorry to bother you during your break. Let me get some tea for everyone. I turned around and left Scien to head toward the door when... Oh! I felt pain and pressure against my neck. My loose lab coat slipped down my shoulders until the bottom hem reached the floor. I felt a hard footstep pinning the hem down while I was restrained. You're...
捕まえた
It was a subordinate of the Huts who followed Xian's order earlier.
お前
所長の前で何やってるんだよ。冗談にしても笑えないぞ。
そうだよ。とっととそのナイフを下ろせって。
うるさい。誰が冗談でこんなことをするか。
The man responded to everyone please with yelling. He then raised a knife and scratched my cheek. Everyone realized he was that serious, and they all slowly took a few steps back. Some quietly moved towards the stone slate, probably to try and notify the guards outside.
動くな。その場から一歩でも動いたらこの女を殺すぞ。
My body shook with fear as I felt the edge of the weapon that could take my life.
だったらせめてその子を離せ。お前の目的は知らないが、部外者を巻き込む理由はないだろう。
そうだ。僕たちとは違ってその子はまだバックアップを取っていないんだぞ。
ああ、知っているさ。だからこそこいつを人質として選んだんだからな。
Hostage? For what purpose? Why are you doing this? I quietly spoke to him without moving so that I wouldn't provoke him unnecessarily. I heard you can't bring any weapons inside the institute, no matter what. If you have that in your hand, you must have been planning this for a long time.
ああ、その通りだ。悪いが俺が目的を達するまでお前にはこのままでいてもらう。逃げようとしたが最後この場で首をかっ切ってやるからな。
I held my breath, understanding from the tone of his voice that he meant it. Seeing that I had no intention of struggling, he focused his sights on a certain man. He looked straight at Scien, standing in the middle of the laboratory. He tightened his grip on me and resumed shouting.
聞こえているな、シアン・ブロフィアーズ。この女、恋人の命が惜しいのなら今すぐ所長の権限をダハトさんに譲渡し、バックアップデータを破棄した上でこの場で死ね。
Huh? Startled by his demands, I looked up at the man in surprise. On the other hand, Scien was so alert that he only shrugged.
なるほど。第一班の過激派か。
Yeah, that's quite a demand.
そんなに俺が第一班メモリーの研究の取り潰しを提案したのが気に入らなかったか？
当たり前だ。所長の権限を利用して陰湿な真似しやがって。お前の悪意で副所長や俺たちがどれだけ惨めな思いをしたと思っている。
いくら相入れないとはいえ、市場で研究の取り潰しなど決定するか。あの提案はあくまで長年成果を上げていない第一班への最終通告。第一、人質を使って無理やり要求を通そうとする方がよほど陰湿だと思うのは俺。
黙れ。お前みたいな悪魔にだけは言われたくない。お前さえ死ねばダハトさんがここの所長になって人間の感情を切り捨てずに生かそうとしてくれる。俺が研究員になったのはその手伝いをするためだ。お前みたいな人手なしに従うためじゃない。
At that, Scien's expression changed to that of lethargy. And
付き合いきれん。
of all the things he could do, he turned his back on us.
そら、休憩は終わりだ。こんなダダに構ってないで全員自分の持ち場に戻れ。
I think he would be surprised.
メモリー管理を放棄したそこのバカに代わって俺が並列で処理を行う。
And with that, he began to give the usual orders, as though nothing had happened. The others looked at each other with confusion. The men and the researchers were stunned. The genius didn't mind anyone's expression and proceeded to touch the stone slate. Sorry, it was wrong. That's better. I felt the knife slowly pierce the skin of my cheek.
強がりも大概にしろよ。この娘がお前にとって特別な存在だっていうのはとっくに分かってるんだ。 何しろ数十年と孤高であり続けたお前が初めて連れ回し始めた女だからな。今さら恋人を作っておいて感情が不要だなんてどの口が。
いいぞ。そんなにその娘を殺したければいつでも好きなように殺せ。
I knew it. I chuckled internally, as it was so like Scien to respond with that manner, but others around me were frozen by his indifference.
その娘を雑用係として重宝しているのは確かだが、命に代えて欲するほどでもない。そいつを犠牲にしてことが済むなら喜んで見放すが。
Everyone here, including myself, gasped at Scien's nonchalance. The man holding me began to shake with rage.
信じられない。こんな若い少女を我が身可愛さに見捨てるっていうのか。くそ、ここまで冷血なやつだとは思わなかった。この子だってきっとお前が助けてくれると信じていたはずなのに。
If I may, I finally spoke up after watching the entire scene unfold.
権力争いの餌食になりたくなければせいぜい忠告に従うんだな。仮にお前を人質に取られても俺は何もしない。
Scien warned me about this when I started here. It was my fault for not being careful enough. So I can't ask Scien for help now. I will take responsibility for my own actions.
お前もお前で何を言ってるんだ。
I could say the same to him. You said you think I'm his lover, but we don't have that kind of relationships. Scien pays me well for the work I do, but we hardly ever speak.
つまり
I'm not important enough to be used as a hostage against Scien. Scien grinned, hearing my response.
それでどうする？その娘を殺そうが殺すまいが捨て身の脅迫は無駄に終わるわけだが。
本当にこの娘がどうなってもいいのか。
構わんと言っているだろう。しつこい男だな。これ以上俺の時間を浪費する気ならいっそ今すぐにでもナイフを突き立ててくれ。
The man bit down on his lip, vexed that his final threat didn't accomplish anything. Forcing Scien to commit suicide was akin to treason against the country. He would likely be arrested and subjected to capital punishment. He may want to risk his own life, but he shouldn't risk Scien's. Huh? I gripped my lab coat and pulled with all my might. The part that was pinned under his foot lifted slightly, throwing him off balance. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I shook off my lab coat and ran forward. He reached out to grab my clothes by...
さて、俺もいい加減時間が欲しい。
Scien swiftly moved past me and approached the man. The man's eyes widened in shock and...
好きに殺せとは言ったが、何もしないとは言っていないからな。
He punched the man across the cheek with brute force. As the man was knocked to the floor, his knife flew across the room.
何をぼーっとしている。とっとと確保しろ。
はい。
At Scien's orders, the soldiers quickly snapped out of their stupor and rushed to hold their co-worker down. A few others quickly opened communication with guards to call them inside. As for Scien, he first checked his fist to make sure his hand wasn't injured. Then...
この失態は弁償代からマイナスしておく。
He walked up and announced my penalty. Understood. I'm sorry for causing trouble and having you...
だが、 対応そのものは及第点だ。よく自分の身の程をわきまえたな。
He picked up my lab coat and dropped it over me with a smile on his face. Maybe it was just me, but his words didn't sound very sarcastic. I was expecting for him to be disappointed, but he praised me instead. I knew that Scien saw me and my life as expendable. I knew it was all a waste of time to him, so I felt like I was responsible, but am I actually happy? I must be crazy to be happy that he praised me for thinking so little of myself. Thank you very much. I gave my confused thanks, man. Yeah, Sarah's being Sarah's. As if something inside him snapped, the man struggled out of the other researcher's heart.
Scien!
A war cry that could tear one throat apart. The man ran toward us. No, he lunged towards Scien like a beast. Scien found the man's sudden burst of emotion so incomprehensible that he didn't react right away. Scien! I instinctively jumped in front of him.
はいはい、悪さはそこまで。ちょっとチクッとしますよ。
Something flew from the open door and hit the man's back. Suddenly, he fell to the ground as if all his strength had disappeared. From above the man's lab coat was the item that struck him. A syringe?
大遅刻だな。今までどこに寄り道していた？
えへへ、王族のご機嫌取りに疲れたんで、気分転換にお菓子作りを。というわけで、副所長ダハト、遅ればせながら到着いたしました。うちの部下がすみません。このお詫びは焼きたての手作りクッキーでいかがでしょうか。
Indeed, we believe in the heart superiority.
それで、うちの立場が弱いのはいつものことなのに、どうして今さらこんなことを？
The research was suspended, and the guards who arrived bound the man with thick ropes.
君は派閥争いには興味がないんだなーってずっと思ってたんですけど。
He was in such a fit of rage earlier that he must have lost his sanity. Lost ads. Making me be on Scien's side is punishable by death. Can you please explain why do you hate him so much? I can assume different reasons why people may dislike or even hate Scien, but I'm curious about your. But now that the tranquilizer was beginning to wear off, the man responded in a calm manner.
呪いが、死神の呪いが予測よりも早く俺の大事な恋人を蝕み始めたんだ。
He went on to explain that she was 18 years old and resided in Chadis. It was rare for someone to show symptoms of the curse before they reached 20. So he explained that she hadn't done her backup yet, thinking she had more time. Of course, he could use his money and position here to prioritize her backup. But
あなただってリライバーにさえなれば、私への恋愛感情なんてすべて忘れられるでしょ。
there was no turning back once you became a reliver. The love she felt, she felt for would be nothing more than a record of the memory in her heart. The love she felt for him, probably. But hearing them explain it was enough for me to understand his perspective.
ここでは誰も彼もが延命ばかりを優先して感情なんて二の次だ。挙句他の研究員たちからは無駄な研究とバカにされて、だから彼女を救うために一層。
You planned on killing Scien so that the Hut would become the director and redirect the mission of the Institute? Good job, Lost. But seriously, why do you hate him so much? The man nodded quietly, and the Hut frowned a little.
確かにシアンさんにもしものことがあれば、僕が所長の座を引き継ぐことになるんでしょうけど、後ろ盾もない僕が引き継いだところで、指揮系統が乱れに乱れて混乱することは目に見えてますよ。
ですがダハトさんだって、いつか母親を自由に感情を持てる普通の人間として蘇らせてあげたいって言ってたじゃないですか。
Mother?
ああ一応僕にもシアンさんと対立するだけの理由がありまして。ですがまあ、だからって彼の行為が許されるわけじゃありません。シアンさんは襲撃や暗殺に慣れてるから別にいいですけど、よりにもよって一般人のか弱い女の子を巻き込んだのはダメダメです。君、今話してた大事な恋人に同じことをされた挙句に殺されたら許せます？
Lost says, just let me be a professional hater in peace. In peace I'll find a reason. Well, a fresh one. And no, it is not a man we've seen broken about his lady abandoning him. It's not him.
ですが、
そもそもこの研究所は死神の呪いの正体を暴き打ち破るために建設されたものなんですから、それと直接的な関係のない研究をさせてくれてるだけでも十分寛大だと思いますよ、シアンさんは。
The man looked like he was hurt deeply by his superior's calm and gentle admonishing, especially since they were on the same side.
おい、いい加減説教は終わったか？
Scien looked bored as he yawned.
はいはい、今ちょうど終わりました。ちなみにですけど、彼の原型をお願いするとかってありです？
書面にさえまとめておけば俺の方から王族に出しておいてやる。
あはは、ありがたいですけど、露骨に興味ないって顔されるのはやっぱ複雑ですね。それじゃまた縁があれば。さすがに研究員は続けられないでしょうけど、いつかどこかでばったり再会できるといいですね。
The guards tugged on the rope to get the man to start walking. The door opened, and just before they left, the man put up one final struggle.
何が天才だ！呪いに打ち勝てるリライバーの開発だ！どうせそれだってメモリーと同じように何かリスクがあるんだろう。お前のような心をないがしろにする非人間に人の命を握る権利なんてない。
With his final yell, the man was dragged away from the institute to the connecting castle so that he could pay for his crime.
この調子ではまともな実験は行えそうにないな。今日はいっそもう中止にするか。はあ、よくもまあ毎回この程度のことで動揺できる。
This kind of thing?
あはは、まあ初めて遭遇した人はびっくりしちゃいますよね。シアンさん、セルスさんも動揺してるでしょうし、場所を変えてケアしてあげてください。例のお客様たちのご案内は僕の方でしておきますから。
まあいいだろう。自力で危機を脱した褒美として食事の一つでもおごってやるか。
Well, you don't have to do that when I was the one who caused trouble.
なら口うるさいダハトから俺を助けるつもりでついてこい。ここでお前が断るとこの小さいのが説教しながら俺の後をつけ回すことになる。
Okay. I nodded in agreement to Scien's somewhat forced offer. Outside the institute, the sun had long since set, and the sky was tinted in black and dark blue. He brought me to a very busy place in Scien, where Dolph often went. The creaking of the door was overwhelmed by the sound of drunken frivolity. No one seemed to notice him, perhaps not expecting that Scien Brofiise would eat anywhere in Scien. I took a bite of the food that Scien ordered.
すでにお前も察しているだろうが、ああいった暗殺まがいのことが起きるのは。
I straightened up at these words. When you warned me, I thought you were talking more about employees stealing each other's work.
無論そういった争いも水面下では起きている。だが今回の件はそれとは別だ。俺はとにかく敵を作りやすい人格と立場でな。
I can rewind it for you last. Then just follow me so I can get the hat off my back. If you refuse, that little gnat will hover around and lecture me until day's end. My position and personality have made me many enemies.
研究所の対立派閥、エクソシスト教団。果ては俺の意を借りて威張り散らす王族にさえ疎ましく思われているほどだ。
Even the royal family? But this country was saved by your inventions. Aren't they supposed to show their appreciation to you on everyone's behalf?
そんな首相な一面が連中にあると思うか？教授しか取り柄のない連中からしてみれば、俺のご機嫌伺いをしながら政治をするのがよほど不満なんだろうさ。民からの支持が俺に集まっているのも気に食わんのだろう。故に好きあらば俺を殺害し技術を奪おうと、何十年単位で暗殺者を差し向けてきているわけだ。今の俺は覚えていないが、ナイフでめった刺しにされた上、生き埋めにされたこともあったらしい。
Scien broke off a piece of bread and tossed it into his mouth as I looked on in utter disbelief.
まあそんなわけで、今後もこういったこともあるだろうが、特に気にせず仕事に励め。
Why? Before I knew it, I had stopped eating and was staring at Scien. His nonchalant attitude and brazeness looked and sounded strange to me. Why are you so calm about what happened? You saved so many people's lives, but people keep trying to kill you. Don't you ever get upset by it? I knew you didn't like to discuss emotions, but instead of simply dismissing my question,
ない。
it was a simple reply.
俺はこの国の人間を生かすために生まれた存在だ。故にその任を降りた瞬間、シアン・ブロフィワーズの存在意義はなくなる。その責務に比べれば、人間の悪意程度どうということはないだろ
う。He expressed it in a straightforward manner. The old me would have looked at Scien in awe, praising him for his dedication. But did that sense of responsibility come about from goodwill alone?
お前はどう思う？
To be entirely honest, I feel like you have other motives.
お前も俺のことを多少は理解できるようになってきたか？
If give me some insight about him before. If did give me some insight about him before, but Scien, You are a scientist I respect, who evaluates everyone fairly. Which is why I don't want you to get used to being killed, even though you can revive yourself as a reliver.
では俺が殺されて当然の非道な悪人だとしたら
Huh? Scien tipped his glass of wine and held it up to the light.
俺に雇われるにあたり、どうせあの豊島から何かと警告されていただろ
How do you know that?
う。長い付き合いだからな。だいたい見当がつく。そしてあの女の言う通り、俺は普通の人間から見れば、間違いなく悪党の類に入るだろう。それも、お前を失望させるほどのな。
That's... I wanted to tell him that wasn't true, but I couldn't say it. Maybe it was because I already heard from Eve that Scien has admitted to being a bad person.
本来ならば教える義理はないが、今後のことを考えると変に神聖視されるのは避けたい。
Scien glanced at the clock on the wall.
深夜2時。そろそろいい頃合いだ。食事を終えたらすぐに研究所に戻るぞ。お前が奇跡だと盲目的に称賛するリライバー技術の現実というものを見せてやる。
He stared enduringly at the glass in his hand. Scien then gulped the last of the wine remaining. Afterward, I felt something strange when we returned. The silence was ringing in my ears. The institute was usually busy with people, even past midnights, but for some reason no one was around. Where is everyone?
今日は全員俺とダハトの指示で個室と居住区に帰らせている。
Scien adjusted his lab coat as he quickly walked down the hallway. We came to a dead end with nothing around. The next moment, Scien bit his finger. He tore a piece of his skin off. Scien's fingers slowly dripped red, and he placed his hand against the wall.
シアン・ブロフィワーズの遺伝子を承認。扉のロック解除には生体認証後全セキュリティ33件を60秒以内に自力で解除する必要があります。
構わん、カウントを開始しろ。
At the sound of his voice, a screen appeared in front of him. He quickly moved his fingers to input the codes as prompted.
コンプリート。シアン・ブロフィワーズ本人と判断。ようこそ第 SB 班の研究室へ。
The wall that formed the dead end vanished as if to make way for a god.
行くぞ。
Scien continued on into the darkness. We walked for a while.
今から見せる光景を記憶に焼き付けておけ。これが俺の悪党と呼ばれるゆえんだ。
The place where Scien led me. It was the furthest thing from the salvation I had associated with him. A sight filled with unimaginable torture. My chest seemed to collapse with pain, and I could hardly breathe. This place, what I was seeing, are they dead bodies? I managed to voice my question with the hope that I would be told otherwise. What I was seeing was beyond inhuman, but if I could only be proven wrong. Scien saves the lives of the people in this country from the curse of death.
いや、 今もなお生きている人間だ。とっくに正気は失っているがな。
My last hope was dashed by the very person I had looked up to for so long.
こいつらには通常よりもリスクがはるかに高い人体実験に協力してもらっている。残念なことにそこにいる個体は遺伝子をいじった末に肺が腐りきったので、これが終わったら使い物にならんな。
Specimen? Modified? Why are you doing such a horrible thing?
リライバー研究のために決まっているだろう。まさかリライバー技術が何の犠牲もない純粋なる科学だけで生まれたものだと。科学分野においてサンプルを用いた知見は必要不可欠。俺はその資源として何十年にもわたり王族から不要な死刑囚たちを買い取っているわけだ。
No matter how arrogant or selfish people called him, I didn't see him as evil on the inside. I was someone who spread misfortune and killed those dear around me. So I saw him as my complete opposite. A person who used his knowledge to save the masses. My blind faith, my respect and the warm feelings I had for him.
さて、よく見ろ、死神の小娘。これがお前やクルーンたちとは絶対に相入れることはない。自分の欲を満たすために数百人に及ぶ資源を利用し使い捨てにしてきた究極の人でなし、シアン・ブロフィワーズの本当の姿だ。
My image of him shattered completely. Okay, and if you don't mind, I want to save it on that moment. And here, I'm planning to end my today's stream. It seems like a good place to stop it. I'm grateful for each and everyone and every single one of you who joined me today. It was a pleasure to have you. It's nice to have you. I'm thankful having you. Thank you, Lost, for being here, for talking in the chat. Thank you, Club, for joining. Thank you very much, Chio, for reading me and for being here, as well as Johnny, as well as everyone else who came and was or still is here. Thank you, Game Mare, if you're still here. It was nice to see you. I'm not sure when will be the next stream. There may be quite a hiatus for some time because of real life stuff. But that's at least something. Again, please take care. And feel free to text me if to reach me out in DM here on Twitch or in Discord, because so far that's the only way to get an invitation to my Discord server. No? Good luck. And yeah, right. Thank you for reminding me about. And who do we have? Right.